Hey everybody, what up? It's your main man Killer B, the goddamn Witchfinder General. You got a witch, I'll burn their goddamn asses up every motherfucking time. Got free smoke. Anybody who want it, I got it. I'm busting my gun. I hope you come in here busting your gun. So shout out to my homeboy Quentin, and we get this thing popping here. I had to make another account because my time ran out up on there for my StreamYard. So I don't got all my banners and all that shit. So y'all gonna have to give me a second. But I got my old school introduction song, intro song. So that's a plus. So you guys, I know you guys haven't heard that in like quite some time because I haven't been using that other computer. That's crazy. I haven't used my other computer in like fucking months. Um, there we go. I'll be right back. No mercy. That's it. Free smoke. Open top. Come on in here. Let's get it. Shout out to Josh. Yup. What the fuck going on now? What the fuck just happened? Ain't this some fuckery? Oh, there's some fucking fuckery going on. I don't know why the thing stopped, but fuck it, we bring it on back. Rewind. Fuck it, we gonna bring it on back. We're gonna bring it on back. Yo, come on. What the fuck kind of fuckery is this? What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck going on? How that shit just be happening like that? All right, let's try this again. Uh, okay, I'm trying to get it right here. Yo, for real, yo. That shit gonna happen again. I think I know what it is. This is weird though. That is very strange that happened. Yo, block. Yo, switch. I'm gonna roll one down. Yo, you ain't go boom. Yo, dark corridor. No one else. No, shut. Man, old style. What up, God a liar? What up, Nicozy? Drop the link for y'all. Burning them. The witch finder general. You goddamn right, motherfucker. What up, y'all? I dropped the link. Anybody want to bring their asses up in here just to chill or talk shit? I don't know. Whatever y'all want to do. Whatever goes on tonight and shit. I don't know. If you feel like coming out here dragging somebody ass, you come on in here dragging. You come out here. If you feel sorry for somebody ass, you can talk about how you feel sorry for a motherfucker. You can talk about current events, what's going on. I know Gadalai always got some shit to say. Like he be dropping those videos all day long and shit. The videos be dope, short and sweet and shit. Get that shit popping. Y'all go check out his YouTube channel too. Make sure y'all go check out his YouTube channel. He got some great videos. He be burning them IUIC niggas up. They be mad to the summer bitch too. That's weak, yo. You said they call you Chinese and shit. Wagwan, John Riggins. Wagwan. Oh, where are you from Kingston? Oh shit. That's dope. That's what's up right there. I know you showed up last night. Have you been tuning in before the last night video? Because I know that was like the whole Jamaican thing, and I was cutting up, acting up and shit last night. So, but I'm glad you here though. That's what's up. That's what's up. You can come on up in here too. The link right there. You can come on up in here too. But yeah, man, Killer B and shit. I got all the smoke. Who wants some of that smoke? Come on up in here. You know what I'm saying? Box you. You gotta box him. You gotta box him. So, gotta lie. You come on up in here. I know you got a lot to say and stuff. We can fuck with the IUIC niggas tonight. I got my boy Quentin. He's supposed to be showing up. I don't know if he want to smoke though. We were talking shit in class and on the way home and shit. So I don't know if he want that smoke and shit. Yeah, he's a cool dude, man. He's a cool dude. I'm glad he supported me coming on the stream and checking me out and stuff. So hopefully he was thinking about starting his own like podcast and start, you know what I'm saying, busting his gun up on the internet too. So hope y'all can go, you know what I'm saying, support him when he gets started or anybody else. But before I get started, I'd like to thank all my supporters that are on the supporters list. If you like to be on the supporters list, you can send me a donation. I don't care if it's goddamn 25 cents. And I'll say your name every video from now on. I'll say your name on any video that I do from here on out. Like I've been doing with the people that's already on the supporters list. So yeah, you can send a donation. Let me get my thing up here because I said I had to make a new account here. So I don't got all my little like banners and stuff all set like I did before. Like on the other StreamYard account. So let me get that thing here out the way. Copy. All right. Okay. Get back to business here. James Clark. What up, James Clark? Wait, James Clark. Why do they sound familiar? Where you come from? James Clark. Why do they sound familiar? I don't know. I don't think you've been on here before, but thank you for stopping by. I think it's Clark. I don't know. I don't know why that name sound familiar to me. I used to know somebody named James Clark, but I don't think that's what it is. I think you might have been on here before or something like that. But it's a new face, though. That's what's up. I'm feeling that. I like seeing new people come up on here. I know some people was stopping by, was probably watching that never seen my show last night. So that was awesome. Yeah, do my Cash App thing there. I'm gonna make it a banner, so a scroll here. Boom. Okay, I'm making a ticker. There you go. So I like to thank all my supporters on the supporters list. Starting with Brainstorm Homeschool Academy, Sister P, Josh, Neggy Springfield, Siberius the Sleeping Serpent, Bill Hill, Myron Edwards, Yasu, Victor Always, and San Miguel TV, and Sister P. Unless I didn't say, I already said Sister P. I know my memory would be shot. I can't even remember what I said three seconds ago. Y'all know how I get down. But Cohen Gadal. Oh shit. Got Cohen Gadal up in here. I got something for you too. I actually tagged. I thought about the person that you said, the Negroes, the Negroes, the Hebrews guy. I tagged him on my community post things. So maybe that nigga show up and shit, get that smoke. Cause I know you was trying to bust your gun on here the other day. I don't think you was ready for come. So I'm gonna touch on some stuff. Really, I did the open panel and stuff because of Quentin, the guy I told you that I go to school with. He heard of the Hebrew Israelites, and I was shocked, but not shocked at the same time. So it's kind of depressing too, because like so many people are learning about the Hebrew Israelites. And it shouldn't be that way. Like they should be forgetting about it, or at least know enough to get the fuck away. John Riggins, do you know any Hebrew Israelites that are in Jamaica? Because I know they're definitely Hebrew Israelites in Jamaica. I know ISUPK, Israelite Church, Israelite School, Universal Practical Knowledge, what they stand for. I know they fucking crazy retarded asses in Jamaica. You got GMS in Jamaica, Great Millstone. You got who's the other motherfucker? IUIC Gadalaya is IUIC. Do they got camps in Jamaica? Gadalaya is an ex-IUIC member. So was I was too. I'm pretty sure they got a camp in Jamaica. We got what GOCC, I believe, is in Jamaica, and then probably some other little splinter groups and stuff out there too. But yeah, it's a shame that I hate to see it that it's spreading like this, and it's spreading for the worse. And there's no good that's gonna come out of it. None. You done know. You know what I'm saying? But I know my fake ass Jamaican ass, my fake ass Jamaican accent, yo, y'all probably be tripping on that shit, yo. This nigga right here. But yeah, we can talk about that a little bit too. The Cozy, I know the Cozy's West Indian. That's right. See, look, you just put it up in there. He said it definitely in Trinidad. So we got all the yard man up in here. We got all of them up here. We got John Riggins up in here. So say straight out of Kingston. My boy, he got deported. He lives in Kingston. Now, I actually tagged him last night on that video on Facebook. Yeah, he was out here acting up. But what's fucked up? He came to America, I think, when he was like 6, 7 years old. I know him since like freshman year of high school or something like that. Until like we was friends like ever since, like, you know what I mean? And master artist. Very, I mean, like he could take any media, like whether it's pencil, acrylic, chalk, whatever. You get that nigga a goddamn a bowl of soup, and that motherfucker draw that motherfucker, and that shit'll look real. Like he draws, like he take a pencil and draw somebody, and that shit'll look like a black and white photo. And don't give him no paint, like oil paints or acrylic or something like that. That shit'll look like a fucking photograph. Like he's no joke with the art. You know, he didn't do what he was supposed to be doing. Oh damn, we got another one up in here. Cohen Goodall's over here. So Cohen, how you represent? Actually, I don't even know what flag that is. What flag is that? Is that? I don't know what kind of flag that is. Let me know. But you up in here acting like you American and shit. No, like you know something about this damn Hebrew. Wait, no. I'm bullshitting. I'm full of shit. Cause you did told me that Guyana, right? Yeah, is that the country? Guyana or some shit? I think it's Guyana, right? That kind of flag. Cause I think you said your parents is from Guyana. Is Guyana in the West Indies? Like, I don't know. When I hear that countries with G, I always think Africa for some reason. And it'll be like in like South America or some shit. Yeah, Guyana and South America. Yep, there you go. That's right. I gotta learn all that shit. And yeah, my boy like out here fucking up and shit. He didn't like take advantage of his talents, but they deported his monkey ass and sent his ass to Kingston and shit at what? He been out there for what? Maybe 8 years, I think now. Maybe less than 8 years. I think maybe less than 8 years. And shit, I guess he had to do what he had to do when he get out there because he was depressed when he first got. He was like, nigga. He said, yo, you don't even know. He was like, yo, you don't even know, bro. He said, they ain't shit out this motherfucker. They ain't no way to make no bread out this motherfucker. He said, yo, I was like, yo, you gotta get a laptop. He was like, that nigga was like, how, motherfucker? Shit. I'll be saving for goddamn 25 years to get a laptop out this motherfucker. But he's doing great now. He's doing great. I always see him. He's doing portraits for people here in America. I guess shipping them, shipping the portraits here in America. I see them like doing stuff for a school, painting murals in the community, and like doing lectures and shit at schools and stuff. Like he's fucking awesome. So like that was the best thing like that could ever happen to him. Like unfortunately, oh shit. I thought you was about to say something about Ivan Van Sertima. I don't know where Ivan Van Sertima is from. That's the first time I ever heard that. We should get into Ivan Van Sertima because that nigga was a straight fucking retarded ass nigga. Write good books though. Write really good books. He was from my understanding, he was a novelist. And he started writing these blackology books. I call them blackology books. Fucking blackology shit. Like, they came before Columbus and all that bullshit. Ain't no niggas been here before no goddamn Christopher Columbus. They tell that goddamn lie. Ain't got no sources on that shit either. And you got niggas that been, like, especially people my age, like in their 40s, like that's old school shit to us. Like I was introduced to that book from church, like the Baptist church out here. Actually the guy that introduced it is like shit. He was like almost like a second like father to me and stuff. He just passed away like about a month now. Probably about a month now. He passed away. And what was crazy, what was real deep, the morning he died, I woke up thinking about him. And what I was wanted to do was connect him with Cherry Love. You know, y'all know Sister Cherry that be over here. And I told Cherry too. Like I was like, oh shit. And the man died. Like the morning I thought I woke, you know how you wake up and you just get a thought or some shit? That shit was crazy as hell. But yeah, he was like, me and his son and stuff, we were like best friends. We used to call each other cousins and stuff like that. Like whatever he did, I did. Whatever like I did, he did. Like, you know what I'm saying? We was like super tight. And like we went to the same church and all that shit. But we used to have like you know how they have Sunday school? But our Sunday school was on a Friday night. Not because it was some like weird religion or some shit having a Friday, but they did it to keep us out of trouble. This is the 80s when like people was like, the city out here was like the murder capital, like in the United States and shit at that time. So they were doing shit like to keep kids out of trouble and out the street and stuff. So that shit was horrible for me. And me and him, because we was from the fucking suburbs. Like, there was no fucking shit to get into, like, get you locked up or killed, like, where we was at. But the church was in the city. So, the city part. So, we had to go to that shit. Like, that shit used to piss me the fuck off, nigga. Couldn't go to the movies. None of that shit. Had to go to motherfucking church on a Friday night. We, like, in middle school and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? The end of elementary school, like, middle school. And, his dad used to run that, like, you know what I mean? And he presented that book to us. Like, I didn't understand it back then. I didn't really know what the fuck was going on. Like, I didn't really pay attention like that. But later on, when I got into all my Blackology shit, started listening to KRS-One and, you know what I'm saying? Started, like, my whole Rasta thing when I was a Rasta. Like, when I started skateboarding, got into skateboarding, I got into the whole Rastafarian thing and all that shit. And that's when I ran back across that book again, right? I don't even remember reading it or what was in it and stuff like that. But now, you know what I'm saying, I've like read it and shit like that. It's a bunch of fucking trash. But that nigga ain't got no goddamn sources, nigga. Go ahead, Cohen. That Blackology shit, nigga. Where Craig Shrugs at? I gotta get Craig Shrugs up here because we doing the Blackology thing that looks like tonight. I go get old Craig Shrugs. Craig Shrugs don't play with y'all niggas with that Blackology. But let me see if he's around. Come on. He active too, that nigga. Come on, Craig. Nigga. All right. Maybe get Craig Shrugs. He's always fun to talk with on here. Yeah, so that book is just like ridiculous. Like, you know what I mean? There's absolutely no evidence that Africans came to the fucking Americas. Like, the things that they say to prove it, like, this shit's false. Like, there's no evidence under that shit. Like, it's just like fucking retarded shit. I even got on Chris Harris' ass about that shit. What you mean we ain't come here, motherfucker? You ain't come here, motherfucker. How was elephants over here? All right, nigga. I'm not an SVDL nigga, man. You need to go ahead with that shit. You know what I'm saying? You need to go kick that shit over there, those SVDL weirdo niggas and shit. Or the pedophile debate league, whatever the fuck you want to call them and shit. No weird ass niggas. I told him today, let me see if I might can find that video later where Solar Mind that runs this Solar Vision debate league. For real, so it's a weird ass reason all these niggas run around with trannies and shit. But and I was telling him, I'm like, yo, dog, like fucking a tranny call from Sonetta phone. I mean, not from Sonetta phone. Call from Solar Mind's phone in the Sonetta show. Like, who the fuck this and shit? You know how a chick can be like, yo, like grab your phone and just call a random number, like, who the fuck is this? Like shit. Like, that's what happened while Sonetta was live on air. Like, that shit was crazy. But, like, niggas just be forgetting shit. You know, Killer B always got the first shit. Like, I always have first dibs on everything, and then everybody else follow or figure this shit out years later or whatever. But anyway, Chris Harris was like, yeah, there's elephants. They had elephants. They had a carving of an elephant. But with the source that he was using, well, actually, he didn't have no motherfucking source to keep that shit 100, right? I would have found what he was talking about. It was something on some kind of like Mayan or Aztec, like fucking temple or whatever the fuck it was, right? It was something that looks like an elephant. But I'm like, fucking jackasses, there was fucking elephants in the Americas, you stupid motherfucker. You had what is that called? A mastodon. You had the woolly mammoth. And then there was another type of elephant that was in America. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all niggas know that shit or not, but I used to read, like, I grew up encyclopedias, all these little weird books. I had like a set of books on Native Americans. It was like probably like 12 volumes, maybe, or something like that. 12 volumes. And all about all different types of like Native Americans and stuff. And he used to have in there how they used to, like, you know, saying like hunt for the like woolly mammoths and shit like that. So I was like, he's a stupid motherfucker. And what's the other claim that they try to prove that we've been here? Oh yeah, that the West African king, which is no fucking proof of that shit either. The source for that came from an Arab. It was some kind of Arab. All right, what this nigga saying here? Yeah, it's crazy how we can be everything but African descents. Yo, niggas want to be the Indians, niggas want to be the Chinese, niggas want to be the shit, niggas want to be the white man and shit. We was up for actually, they already got that shit. Niggas say the niggas was white people was niggas before they was white. And I guess there's like actual like proof of that, like DNA and all that other like good scientific shit. They said that like white people are saying this, that the European was of a darker skin before, and they said like white people came around real recent, like compared to like everybody else or something like that. I got to do a show on that. I got to get all the research and stuff that was done on that. But that's supposed to be the new thing in science and stuff that they say. So all you niggas was caveman. White man wasn't a caveman. You niggas was. Motherfuckers would say the white man is a caveman, motherfucker. I can point you to the correct direction black people traveled before coming. The nigga, please. Save that shit. Cause we already covered half that shit. All these claims y'all niggas come up. And that's why I want Quentin to come on. Cause Quentin, he pulled that Zavarin Bible Dictionary shit out on in school. I was like, bruh. He tried to set me up with it too. Like he tried to set me up. He's like, well, so you trying to tell me the Israelites wasn't black? I was like, I'll tell you the Israelites didn't even exist, nigga. I like the motherfuckers and the people in the Bible did not exist, nigga. He's like, well, you still don't believe the Bible? I said, I don't got no problem with the Bible. If you want to pray to Jesus, pray to God, I ain't got no problem with that. I'm just saying the people in that book didn't exist. He said, well, how can you believe and shit? I was like, well, yeah, you can believe, nigga. That's just willful intent. Like, you know what I'm saying? You pray, that's your will. You make that shit happen. Like I said, I can put up a can of Pepsi and make that motherfucker work for you. Hey, brother Heru, what's up? Man, brother Heru. At some time in history, most started out as cave dwellers. Hey, brother Heru, he an old school nigga. He older than me and shit. Brother Heru like 50 something or some shit. He a cool brother. Let's see if I can get him up in here. He wanted, if y'all want to hear like a lot of brother Heru stuff, y'all see some of my old videos. Brother Heru come up in here and talk your ear off, motherfucker. Brother Heru be up on this motherfucker for 4 hours and shit. Just talking. Brother Heru can talk, boy. That motherfucker ask him some shit about some Egyptian shit and something like that. Brother Heru, he be out. What? Shit. Let me see if we can get him out doing that shit tonight. We can drop this link. Come on up in here, Brother Heru. No, they got Alexander the Great in the Bible, right? That nigga was real. They got real kings and stuff like that was in the Bible, but I'm saying biblical characters like King Solomon, David. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Moses. Like those people never walked the motherfucking earth. Those are fucking stories. It's mythology. No, it's crazy. Like all major religions got a book, and all of them know the shit's mythology. But niggas with this guy with the Bible, know what I'm saying? They all the people got to be real. What up, Heru?
What's up, Killer B?
Hanging in there, bro. Hanging in. Good to have you up out here. Finally,
Yeah, you
after
still
how long?
for a minute. You still burning motherfuckers up?
Yeah, you know I'm still burning motherfuckers up. Oh, my boy Craig Shrugs. He told me not too long ago. He was like, "Yo, bro." He said, "What?" He said, "What?" He said, "Man, you need some friends." Oh, yo, what you mean? He said, "Nigga, everybody you get on your show and shit, you just burn them up." He you need some friends, nigga. He said, "Yo, ain't nobody, motherfuckers don't even want to come on your shit, nigga, because you just sit there and just burn a nigga up. Like, you don't give them no slack, no nothing. You just burn their asses up to the point where they don't even want to come up on that motherfucker."
Well,
And that's bad when a Hebrew Israelite don't want to come up on this motherfucking shit. They shit.
Man, I'll say one thing, man. You consistent, and anybody will get it. Anybody will get it.
Yup, anybody.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't agree with a motherfucker, you don't agree with him. It ain't that. No, he cool, so I ain't gonna say shit. No, you say something. You know what I'm saying? I done seen it. You did it. You done did it with me. You did it with Chris. You did it with Willie. You did it with. It don't fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? So I'll say that. That's for sure.
Yup. Cause you gotta be real like that. Cause motherfuckers just be like, yo, this because they cool with the motherfucker and shit. A nigga come up in there and say some old crazy shit.
Yeah.
And they'll agree with him and shit. I'm like, nah, man, fuck all that shit. Nigga.
Yeah.
Fuck all that. I don't say, I'm nice to motherfuckers and shit. Certain people I'm nice to. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. I can sometimes not agree. I'm not gonna say that I jump on everybody or whatever. Like some shit I don't agree with or something like that. I let them rock with it. But but for the most part, I'm on their head. Like, especially if it's something where they teaching somebody some straight like bullshit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not letting nigga rock with that shit. But if it's somebody's like religion or except like some cult Hebrew Israelite shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's like, say like some Hindu motherfucker came up on here and talking about Hindu and stuff, the Hinduism, I'm not gonna sit there and like bash the nigga on the Hinduism. Well, fuck them niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let them have that. Just like I'm saying now about the Bible. If people don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, people that believe in the Bible stuff, I'll let them rock with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It works for them. It works for them. They sit there and pray. Their prayers coming through. Jesus is coming through.
Yeah.
Even if I don't believe that he actually walked the earth or was a real person or a mythological person, it'll work. It'll work for them. You know what I'm saying? They believe. Right. And it'll work for them. But this cult shit, hell no, nigga. I'm lighting your ass the fuck up. Not cult shit. Because the cult shit is different because that's based on the whole doctrine is based on manipulation to oppress people. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And actually take people lives from them. Via man. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why I say, you know, I mean, if people, I mean, I mean, it doesn't bother me if somebody Hebrew or Islamic, that doesn't bother me. You know, you have your faith and your belief, you can believe that. And I don't even, you know, I backed off of Sister Day because she was telling me about, you know, there were slaves and who built the pyramids and I just commented, you know, there's no record of that, and she kept going. I told Sister, I'm gonna humbly bow out of this conversation and let you have it. Because I can't argue with you with belief. So you can have it. Hopefully it works for you. And I'm out, right? So I'm not gonna continue to do that. But you know, now we can hit there was no chance in having an intellectual discussion on something that was tangible because it was all her thing was on faith, even though there was
Yeah.
lack of evidence and so forth. So at that point, you got to know when to cut your ties. And even
Right.
when I heard the brother talk to you about, oh, were there Africans that came over here? Now I had this with me and Melvin. I said, well, you know what? I didn't saw what you told me. I didn't show you my information. Neither one of us, you said mine been debunked. I'm telling you that there's discrepancies in what you're telling me. So,
Right.
but because I can't come forth with convincing evidence, I leave it alone. I just, you know what? I ain't gonna need to have this conversation with you because it don't really matter.
Right.
But
Right.
I told Melvin, I said, but in the back, I'm still studying this. And I came up with a thing. I said, Melvin, let me ask you a question. I'm not saying that it happened. I can't prove that it happened. But here's my hypothesis. If you look, because he showed me migration patterns. And so I'm looking at the migration patterns, and all the shit goes eastward, right? It goes from
Right.
Northeast Africa up into the Levant, then into fucking China and Russia, and then it goes over the peninsula for into Alaska, down America. Then there's another migration that goes, down, and then it goes into the islands and so forth, right? I
Right.
said, so what if, because the waters are softer there, they're not as rough, what if they went that way across the water? Because motherfucker can swim to these islands. Who's to say they didn't swim to the here? I can't
Right.
prove
Yep.
it, you know what I'm saying? So, but that's just kind of how it is. But
I got
I do, huh?
I got to meet one of Chris Harris little because he one of them the fucking the cult fucking the Amon Ross not Amon Ross squad. What they call themselves the
Team Osiris?
motherfucking yeah that the team fucking retard and shit, right? Now I done told Chris about himself and shit. I keep telling that nigga I'm not an SVDL motherfucker when you dealing with me. Don't come around me with that SVDL shit. Cause that's not what I do. And you're gonna be mad at a motherfucker, right? So he gonna go get Melvin. And I'm looking at myself. I'm like, why you have to go get Melvin, nigga? I don't even know who the fuck Melvin was. I just hear his name, and I know he one of those the one of Kansu's children and shit, right?
Nah, he ain't that. That
Nigga.
brother, that's a cool brother. Go ahead though. What happened with you and Melvin? Hello? Killer. Hello? Killer B. Hello? Oh, he dropped off. Well, I'm sure that Killer B will be back, but we have these conversations all the time about people's faith religions. We talk about cult behavior, activity, and it's an ongoing thing. As you know, the brother been burning up Judah for I don't know how long, but for some reason I don't know why Judah continues to stay in the conversation of doing some crazy shit, whether it's talking about women, calling women names, and so forth. I personally haven't had much conversation with the brother Judah. I just had some interactions with him, and he's been consistent as far as in his train of thought. I don't want to call him any kind of names. I like to put some type of respect on the brother until he actually acts crazy towards me. Then I might act crazy with him. But other than that, that cult mentality is real. and it's real in a lot of fucking circles for whatever reason, and people feel the need or the obligation to take on certain personas and the need to protect somebody without using critical thinking of what said person or group cult activity is actually doing. So, you know, that's what it is. But, you know, like I said, all the brothers that I know that I talk to and hang out, regardless whether who they are, especially my brothers in SVDL, they're all cool. The ones that I hang out with, talk to, I think it's a great platform. You know, Killer B might have a different, you know, take on it, and that's okay. You know, brothers all feel like they have a certain amount of knowledge, and they have certain insights. But if you don't have a foundation of source material to back up what you say, then you fall a little bit short in conversations. And sometimes people who don't study, read, or don't have the experience probably should back out of said conversations. But that's pretty much all I have to, you know, say about that. But as far as in the channel, you know, all the brothers on here, I appreciate Killer B. He has some crazy ass topics, as you know. I do appreciate the sister that came on earlier, and she was like, "I'm not fat, I'm plus size." You know, I love that sister's energy. I love that sister's her persona, her character, man, that she has, and her voice on you know, on the channel. So that'll be somebody I'll be watching out for, because like I said, I did enjoy her conversation with Killer B. She has a great presence about her. And anybody else that has been on here, you know how it goes with Killer B. So if anybody else wants to hop on, we can also start a conversation. Just trying to get it, keep it going until Killer B can actually come back on and join in. So if anybody else heard me, you know, like I said, I was talking about what if the conversation or the thing went the other way around, as far as them going across and west, and they just went across not the Atlantic but the Pacific based on migration patterns. Is it possible? It's just a hypothesis of mine, and maybe it happened that way, maybe it didn't. I don't know, but I am looking to see if this is possible, and doing research to maybe test my hypothesis and form it to my theory. I can form a better theory on it. But all that shit really don't matter in 2021. I think it's just talking points that people like to argue about. Maybe it's to gain a knowledge, or maybe it's to one up somebody. I don't know. But like I said, it is something that we can all talk about and kind of understand kind of where we all came from, or how things are the way they are. But once again, we are here on the Killer Bees channel. And it is October 28th, going on 29th. We're finna end the year out pretty good. You know, through all this pandemic and craziness that's happening, for some reason, the economy is still moving. People have actually made more money, strangely, in certain areas than anything else. We got gas prices going up. We probably got some other life-shaking events that's going to happen before the end of the year. Crypto is going crazy. Anybody that you know, who don't know about crypto, I'm not telling anybody to invest, but I would look it up and stay away from anybody that tells you that they have the complete answer to all life's problems. Even in the book of the Bible,
All right, my bad.
no problem.
Hotspot that
I'm
died.
telling people shit. That's okay. I was just telling people shit. I said, let me keep it going until Killer B. He'll be back.
Yup. Yeah, that shit ain't happened in a minute. My hotspot, I forgot the battery was dying and that shit. But yeah, you see how I put the link up in the chat, and Cohen didn't bring his ass up on this motherfucker.
Who is Cohen?
I don't know. He's some new head that came up in here and shit, talking all that goddamn Israelite bull. Like, you know how you know what it is when they say, "Oh, I ain't like them Israelites out of the corner. I ain't in no camp." He one of them niggas.
Man, I don't even know what that is because I didn't heard it so much. I don't even know what that means no more.
You know how they say that they try to disassociate themselves from the One West people, like they on some different type of Hebrew shit,
Oh,
right? And then I always get their ass. Goddamn, everybody done dropped out this son of a bitch. But I know Cohen did too. Everybody. So they'll say,
oh,
I
Cohen said he says he's stuck in limbo, so he should probably jump out and jump back in.
oh, he was up in here?
Yeah, he was in the back chat.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, okay. Come back in. Come back up in here.
Yeah.
Get that smoke. So yeah, he'll say, "Oh, I ain't like them motherfuckers and shit." You know, I'm a real Israelite. So I asked him. I said, "Black people Israelites?" He said, "Yeah." Right. So I'm like, "Okay, how do you prove black people Israelites?" Well, it's like, "Well, there's a bunch of people." I said, "Deuteronomy 28." He like, "Yeah, that's one of them." I said, "So you ain't no different than them niggas, because they the ones that made that shit up." No, I'm saying there's always, I know the bread trail. I can take Hebrew Israelites from the rooter to the tutor. Now, motherfucking down south niggas say I eat pork from the rooter to the tutor.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? From the nose to the ass, nigga. I know the Hebrew Israelite history from the nose to the ass.
Well, when they say that, they say that we're Hebrew Israelites, and I always want to know who are Hebrew Israelites. He's talking about those people who are in America, and then, you know, based on the story, I mean, America was the last place to actually enter into the slave trade. The majority of people was in Central and South America. Yep. So, you know what I'm saying? So when you say that, and then based on that, you just got an amalgamation of First Nation and indigenous people.
Then you have the first to stop them from coming into the Americas. Yeah. I did a show on that. The importation of slaves ended in 1804 in the United States and the UK.
Right.
1804. Right. They were trying to stop it from coming into all America.
Right.
And they was trying to stop it from leaving Africa.
Right.
The British had ships, the United States had ships. But the United States problem, they didn't have enough ships because of a war. I forgot the name of the war. Or they had their ships and they stopped making ships after that. Like, like military, like naval ships. Like they didn't make no naval ships since that last war. So they didn't have that many ships. So it was difficult for them to be able to patrol all of our borders to stop it. Now, the slave runners got smart. They would get those schooner ships because they move quicker. They move fast. They're smaller boats and they move quicker on the water. So, but the United States and the UK started making laws where you could be fucking lynched. You could be executed if you're caught transporting slaves.
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of the slave ships that was doing illegal was participating illegally in the slave trade. A lot of those ships, they actually burned right going into port before being found because it was a severe law about importing. But I think most people don't or fail to mention is that when we start talking about America and the North America in the slave trade, that because British got in so late and then it ended, right? And as you say, 1804, emancipation happens in 1865. That there was a domestic slave trade from Mexico or South Central Mexico into the South. And you had a lot of those breeding where that's where the majority of I ain't gonna say majority, but a lot of the slave trade happened domestically. And it also happened when they pushed all the Indians west. And so when you start talking about Hebrew, right? The only way that tends to exist is through a 12 tribe chart because you can't give evidence to a pure lineage.
Yep.
You can't. So you have to create a 12 tribe chart because it cuts you. And it's hard to do that because based on your culture, you say that it's through the father. And a lot of the mixing, right, was in the slave trade was ancestral because a lot of times you didn't know.
Yep.
And a lot of times it was, the mother. It wasn't the father necessarily that could have been a Hebrew. It could have been the mother. It could have been through different mixtures of how things could have happened. And so when you talk about the slave trade in Africa, one thing you said about the slave trade is that they were most of them, the majority of them were West African of different tribes, of different backgrounds, and they formed a more of a unified culture and a language. So we know that they were West African, but you can't say that once they got here, they were one people. That didn't exist. It didn't exist.
I did another show where it was called The Last Slave Ship.
Mm-hmm.
It was a ship. Now, it's kind of mystical, like, about the ship because there's actually no evidence of the ship. It's all hearsay, right? But I did this show and I took the information and the legend, the stories and stuff, right? And I produced it. Now, it was a man, it was a politician. I forgot the man's name and all that stuff. But he built a yacht, had a yacht build. And when you build a yacht, it has to be inspected, just like you do anything now. The same shit going on, like you buy a car, you got your registration, you got emissions, you got all that shit. They had the same shit, right? Back then. So now they're saying that this ship left port and assembled, remodeled the ship and transport on the sea to be able to get slaves when they hit Africa. So it was a regular yacht, but when they hit the Atlantic Ocean, they started building all the stuff to hold the slaves, right? And the slaves, when they came back, they dumped them somewhere into smaller boats and took them to Charleston, took them to Savannah and stuff, right? And these slaves were known as the Wanderer slaves. I think the name of the ship was called the Wanderer, if I'm not mistaken. And they made these people known as that. Just like, for example, all right, I'm going to put this shit like weed, right? Like, motherfuckers sell weed back in the day and shit. They had the Arizona. That's what motherfuckers talking about. I got the Arizona. There's no such thing as Arizona weed. Like, that's not a strain that, like, the motherfuckers grow in Arizona. But you can have any old weed that's green and you just tell a nigga this some Arizona, right? And a nigga gonna believe it and be like, yeah, I got that Arizona, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's just a regular weed. That shit could have came from Mexico. That shit could have came from anywhere. Afghanistan, where Africa, wherever. They import weed. They used to import weed and shit into the country from. But if it was just because it was green, a nigga used to say, that's that Arizona. And the shit might not be from Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So the slaves were called the slaves from the Wanderer. You know what I'm saying? So basically, it was a marketing tool. They was using that name for marketing. So a nigga might have had an old rusty ass slave that he didn't have for 20 years and might, like, you know what I'm saying? Might have bred him and the motherfucker got some teenage kids and some shit like that. And he want to go sell them and he could get more money for them by saying, oh, he's one of these wandering slaves.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Same thing niggas do today, like people do today.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you will see some of like those old those old posters where they was doing slave auctions and how they would say Mandingos or they got it from the Congo.
Right. And now the Congo slaves were the most preferred. Slave masters preferred slaves from the Congo more than any other slave. That's documented. And he asked Cohen, instead of being up in here, he gonna ask in the chat. See, niggas kind of weird now. See, the I forgot how many slaves there was on the ship. You gotta watch the video. I got the video. You go under the lessons playlist on my channel, and you find the video on the Wanderer, right? And now there's no proof that this actually happened. There's no proof that it actually happened, but I spun the video and was reading from a researcher that was exploring Africa, like the Congo region, the Sub-Saharan and all that stuff, right? And he was making note of where people was located and stuff. And it was hard to tell where a slave came from, or a slave might tell you where he come from, right? But where he come from might not be named that. It was named that then. Say like we got Heru land, right? It's only called Heru land because Heru had lived there, and he killed a bunch of people. He killed 15 people in one day. And it will be called Heru land. And everybody just be calling it Heru land. And then maybe a year, 2 years later, or whatever, something else might happen. Or they have a king, a new king or something, right? And it might be named after that king from there on. So places in Africa, names constantly changed. And the guy made note of it. Yeah. He's like the go-to dude for like the heart of Africa, like research. Almost like how Bulge and Massey was for Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Know what I'm saying? And they had like interviews with slaves. Like the slaves would say, "Oh, I came from over here, and then I was a slave over here in this part of Africa, and then I was sold and I was brought all the way over here to this part of Africa, and I was a slave for 35 years, and he finally made it to the west coast of Africa where he was shipped off to the Americas." So this slave could have been a slave in Africa for 25 goddamn years before he even hit fucking America. So it wasn't like they were just taking free people, snatching them up, and throwing them out of slave ship. A lot of these slaves were slaves already in Africa and being brought and sold, just how they was brought and sold here. You know what I'm saying? For like decades. And you got to look too that the United States started in 1776. So 25 motherfucking years later, they banned the importation of slaves. So when people want to put that negative thing on the country, the United States was trying to stop slavery. And I read sayings or letters and stuff, letters and documents from presidents of the United States and other officials and stuff for the government. And it was on actually I got it from the White House website, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on what their takes was on slavery. And none of them liked slavery. Now, if they were so racist and evil and all this shit, there was no niggas to contest that shit. Like, what would stop a white man from back then from saying, yeah, fuck these niggas and shit. We can keep them all as slaves. And then they act crazy as shit, we gonna kill them. What was stopping them from saying that? But a lot of them was saying, yeah, it's a very unethical thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? It needs to be stopped and stuff. I hope it's stopped. Some of them had slaves, though. There was some that had slaves. Now, you got to look, too, A nigga would do the same goddamn thing. A nigga would have done the same motherfucking thing. You think you gonna cut your lawn? You think a motherfucker want to cut the lawn where he could get a motherfucker and shit to cut the lawn for him, and always be around and shit to cut the lawn and do whatever else you want him to do around the house? Wouldn't it look like a politician or some shit cutting his motherfucking lawn and building a shed on the side of the goddamn house? No, like, and he gotta pay it, or he have to pay a white man to do that shit. You might have to pay the white man $200 to build a shed where he could have brought a goddamn slave for $200 and have that nigga around the house to do whatever you need him to do. That's a no-brainer. I would do it my goddamn self. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now, like they said it was wrong, but you have to see they can't just stop slavery, because what would have happened? It would have crashed the country. Just like the stock market and stuff here going on here now, right? If you ban something, it could crash, like everything and be fucked up. So this is a new country. This country only been around for goddamn 25 years. 25 years ain't shit. They ain't no time. So they just like, for example, certain e-cigarettes or something. This was something that's like that was recent, right? Or something even different. That's more severe. That fake weed stuff, that K2. It's finally banned in the United States, right? Now, I used to work at a skate shop / head shop that sold weed pipes and shit, right? Mm. And we used to sell that shit there. And we would do like 2 G's a day for that K2 shit. So $2,000 worth of that shit a day. And when they banned the first one, like it was chemicals. So they would ban the chemical, but then the people, the companies would just tweak the chemical and it would make it illegal. It would make it back legal again to sell, right? So when they would ban it, sometimes they would ban it and you're allowed to sell out. So maybe you might have an inventory of $20,000 worth of that shit in your store. Mm-hmm. And now they ban it. You supposed to throw all that shit away? No. That's fucked up, because you brought it when it was legal. Now they banned it, and now you still sitting on it. So you can't just throw that shit away. That's money wasted. Like it will hurt the business. So what they would do, the state would allow them to finish selling it. And then after it's gone, they wouldn't be allowed to purchase anymore. They did that with those vape, those e-cigarettes or whatever, some shit like that out here. The stores, the gas stations was banned, but they was allowed to continue selling it until they run out. So basically the slavery shit was like, all right, we can't stop all these companies. We can't tell all these companies that set all their damn slaves free. These companies are running America. You know what I'm saying? Like, right or wrong, you know what I'm saying? It's a horrible thing to enslave somebody or whatever. Well, but
here's the thing.
Look at the whole picture.
But here's the thing. So when slavery, so America did the first import of slaves in America was like 1600 something. So right, in 1600 and something. Then we got, so there was 1776 going to 80s. The British colonies or Britain, they abolished or signed a law out of slavery in the early 1800s, or 1820, 1830, somewhere in there. And then the rest of Europe and French did it like in 1848. Mm-hmm. America still continued the slave trade past that until 1865. They compared where they had the Civil War. And the reason why that they had the Civil War wasn't due to any humanitarian reason that they felt the slave or it was so inhumane. America was strictly based on politics of the South gaining too much political power, because remember they started to count slaves as one 1/3 vote,
Right.
which gave them more power, political power in the South, and they didn't want to expand it west.
Absolutely.
Right. So when they did ban it, the Americas, they stopped getting imports or illegal imports, and they just started doing more domestic import from South America, Central America, and it was already going to America with breeding farms and just doing it that way.
Absolutely.
And so when they were doing it, they thought of it as more as in the South thought of it more as in a cultural and business, because this is where they live. They could have survived without the North. And actually, it's kind of like Texas. Texas said, we don't need America. We don't need the U.S. Our GDP is fine. Y'all are actually bringing us down. The North being a textile part of the country,
they process the raw material.
But when you're trying to skip me and you saying, well, I get my shit processed over there, they know. And President Lincoln and others, President Lincoln says that he didn't care either way. He says, I don't care either way as long as I can keep the Union. Right. But he says that it is together. Yeah, but he said it is inevitable for the black man or the African, I'm paraphrasing, the black man to get justice in America. And if there's going to be a side, he'd rather be on the one that is winning, which is the white side. Mm-hmm. And you know what I'm saying? So during the slave trade, I don't really think that, you know, that somehow the slave trade ended because people just got humane.
Nah, I wouldn't say that either.
Yeah, if things get like, it's just like people right now, as far as in with our technology going automated, right? People are no longer needed to run, you know, basic machineries like fryers and fucking grills and shit like that, or automobiles, and you know what I'm saying? They can do all the shit auto. So as time starts to change, people will be factored out. And as people factored out, that's what happened with slavery. This is, what do we do with 4 or 6 million, you know, black people in America? Fuck do we do with it?
Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do with these niggas?
You right?
Like, Thomas Jefferson said, I had a book, I did a video, nobody watched that shit. That shit to this day, I don't even think got 100 views. Right? It was all sayings on random subjects from Thomas Jefferson. It was a big ass fucking book. He said that he hopes that African slaves can one day take the trades and industry that they learned here and be able to go back to Africa and teach them these trades and be able to compete in industry in trade with the rest of the world. And there was a lot of things that was like going on, like, you know what I mean? And like I said, like, yeah, some motherfuckers wasn't like, shit, I ain't letting my motherfucking slaves go. Like, I ain't trying to do that shit. Like, not now, at least. Like, you know what I mean? And that's true what you said. Just like now, I'm going to school for CNC machining. So, like, our Connecticut was like #1 for that industry, making jet engine parts and stuff for the military and all types of stuff. And you had the manual machines, the manual milling machines, you turning knobs and stuff. And what that machine, to make a part with one of those machines, might have took 8 hours. But now with a CNC machine, you can make that part in 2 hours. So the industry and stuff, a lot of those old operators are still around, but time is running out for them. A lot of them are very knowledgeable, and the industry is changing. Plus, a lot of those people are retiring. So now there's a lot they're losing. These companies are losing these people now. So the CNC machine has come to save the day for the companies. Because like if this old motherfucker retiring, because we got instructors and stuff that been in the industry 40 years. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like some of them been called back to work. Like they got people that retired that are being called back because of the knowledge that they got. You know what I'm saying? And that happened a lot with us, like with the slaves too. Like they got set free, but shit, the motherfuckers got a job now. They're not gonna hire the white man. It is not because that the white man ain't supposed to work. No, because the white man doesn't have the skills to do the job. And like it's a sticky thing. It's a real sticky situation. But like I don't think it was all that, and it wasn't the government. It was the citizens. Like the Constitution, right? That was written. It doesn't say anything about race. It doesn't say anything about religion or color. It talks about the people, like in the country, like, and like with the 3/5 thing, like the 3/5 thing, they was considered property. Now it said like free men, like there were free blacks that was voting back then. There were free blacks that was running for office. So a lot of stuff, but what happened later on, I gotta do some research on that. Like how a lot of the voting rights,
but even with the free men and free black men, they still didn't have the exact same rights or privileges as a free white person. They would still like so it
would be on a state level though, I would say.
Well, of course, because there was only a couple cases where they went to the Supreme Court, but there's even a saying that there's no law given or no law bound to a black man that a white man has to honor or bound to. And so it's been proven several times with land grabs and other things.
Right.
But you're right, it is more state level. But when the Constitution was written by a group of degenerate, I would call them degenerates, English degenerates, who came to in search of separation, not at time, but just a way to get away. They dumped them here. Then they wanted the independence. And when they was building the Constitution, these were elites who were looking out for the elite. And however these elite people, because they were in different parts of the 13, got together and said, hey, this is the country that we see that we can build, that we can prosper from. And part of that just happened because at first there were slaves and there were some free. And after they built it, the United States, when it went from colonies to states, those elites formed a document which created a caste system where now this is for us. This is built for us. We got people here. We got because there was Native Americans there.
Now, they say the Native American, but they also put like, okay, the free blacks, the free whites, they gotta pay taxes, but the Indians don't gotta pay taxes, and the slave ain't gotta pay taxes, and like it was written fair, but when you get to the state level, state laws, like this is something that I really want to learn. Like I learned it in school, didn't pay that much attention to it because the blackology shit say, oh, this is the white man shit, right? But the laws of the land, like with the Constitution and stuff, the federal law was fair, I believe. But when you get to the city laws, like in the city and the towns, in the state, there was more room for the citizens to kind of make up shit the way they want to make up shit. And I believe that's where the issues came from. But I think the Constitution is bulletproof.
Well, here's the problem with the Constitution. When it says that all men are created equal,
Right.
and with inalienable rights, when you become a slave, you are void of those such freedoms and you are void of those certain inalienable rights, which shows that you are not included in this if you are not so-called free. Right. You don't have them. So I will still contend that it was the Constitution, or we'll say the Bill of Rights, were directly addressing the progression of the United States, the 13 colonies, as they move forward with in mind the slaves, chattel slavery that they had, and they used as a tool to build their economic base. And
they needed slaves to survive.
Right.
They needed slaves for the country to survive.
Well, it's cheap labor. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's free labor.
That labor drives the economy and makes the country prosper. So they couldn't just cut that shit off. That's like me and you trying to start that's like me and you trying to start a social media platform, right? And we doing what we doing now. We beat up our Hebrew Israelites and all that shit, right? And now we know we can't get rid of the Hebrew Israelites, because if we get rid of all the Hebrew Israelites, we're not going to have no traffic coming to our motherfucking site or to our platform. Right. Even though we hate them motherfuckers, we got to keep them around. You know what I'm saying? Or our whole shit going to go under. Because we haven't turned, just say like me and Chris channel back in the day, right? Hebrew Israelites coming this motherfucker left and right and got our shit popping. Like when you was on my fucking chat, the views and shit, that shit was lit. But then we started fucking them niggas up like bad. Because we started to learn more and 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 more about the shit. Now them niggas don't want to come around. Like my chat used to be filled up with Hebrew Israelites, cussing me up, cussing me out, or wanting to come up on here. Now them niggas don't be up on here. Yeah. Now I got regular people up on here. Like Cohen, I don't think he don't really know our history.
Yeah. And but while we talking, is Cohen on? I mean, he been listening for a while.
Yeah. Cohen, what up, Cohen?
Got something
what up, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
What up?
Good. So you talking about the Hebrew Israelites being like actually like real people, like King David and Solomon and all that shit was real motherfuckers.
Did you hear me say that?
Well, you kind of say, I'm paraphrasing. I got to go back through the chat again.
Yeah, you ain't never heard me say none of that.
Okay, so what you said then, nigga?
That's what I'm saying. I was listening to you tonight, man. Say all this shit that you said I was saying. That shit was funny as hell.
No, but I'm reading what Abraham, Yaqub, etc. are not real names, they're attributes. And then you said, what about Hezekiah?
Yeah, like Hezekiah, he's real.
That hasn't been solid.
Huh?
Has proof of that.
You said that what?
Hasn't really been solid that's Hezekiah of the nation of Israel and all that shit.
So what Hezekiah is it? They got the temple in Israel.
They ain't got no goddamn temple in no motherfucking Israel, nigga.
So, see, obviously you didn't see it. That's how you know he's real.
Oh, wait, can you produce it?
Oh, man. Do you know who Hashua Amariel is?
No.
Okay, he's a brother that lives in Israel. He has video footage of him inside the temple.
Oh, you talking about the nigga with the dreads, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Josh like that dude, but Josh know I don't fuck with that nigga, right? That's a bunch of pseudoscience. Because the temple, is that the temple that had the altar with the weed? They said there was weed on the altar?
No.
Okay, that's another temple. Because they were saying that was a temple and shit. But that guy has come up on his own, a globe trekker or whatever. Like he like an Indiana Jones type nigga.
Yeah,
But his credentials in the study and stuff like that, nobody's gonna accept what he's talking about.
Oh,
for
did
one,
you see when he received the award for translating the Dead Sea Scrolls?
for translating it, he see the reward from who?
From the Jews, that's the European Jews in Israel.
No. It's like European Jews could give anybody could give somebody an award. He could have got the Killer Bee award if I lived in Israel. That doesn't make it credible.
No, but I'm just asking you, did you see it? Yes or no?
No, can you produce it? It'd be awesome if you could produce it. Or if you know the site, you could put it in the link and I'll put it up on the screen and we can go through it.
Like, oh shit, man.
Well, do you know something about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Is that the main guy who was doing the decipherment or the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I'm back. What'd you say? You said, Ken, what?
The main guy. He actually has a video, him and his wife. He was one of the main guys that was deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, but he was not like in any religious set or Christian like that. And he did it, and he came out and was saying how that they were actually injected in certain things in there that wasn't there, and how he had his life there. There's a whole document on it. And it was the guy who did it, and he was talking about how there's all these different pieces that's missing in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So it is impossible to get a translation or interpretation of exactly what that is saying piece for piece for piece. Because it's in like thousands of pieces. And this is the main guy and his wife where he was actually threatened and he was kicked out of later he was kicked out of doing more of the pieces that they had found that they were doing with. And so when so there is the Dead Sea Scrolls. There is some people who said that there are forgeries and so forth. I'm not whatever that profession is that can fabricate or validate it. I'm just saying that there is an argument against it that says that it isn't what they say it is. So
yeah, it's all fragments. It like the Dead Sea Scrolls is a whole shitload of fragments. That could be anything. And they already found that a lot of those things were counterfeit. That people had produced that they had put in museums, and they come out being a counterfeit.
Yeah, the ones in the museum that church guy bought, his are all fake. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Now, when you can say Hezekiah, right? Hezekiah is just a name of people in that region. Now, I'm not saying people didn't live in Israel, that they wasn't people called, oh, these are the people of Israel or whatever, or Judea or Judea, right? Judea could be a real place, but that don't mean that it's the Judah, the people that lived there were of the tribe of Judah. There's no archaeological evidence on this earth that they have found that proves that these biblical characters were real.
Who are you talking about? Like Moses and Abraham? That's what you're talking about?
Moses, Abraham, the biblical stories.
Okay.
None of
now,
that is real.
Moses and Abraham and stuff like that, that's called cosmology. You ever heard that word?
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Okay. So where is the base for you being descended from these people were so-called God's people?
Yeah.
Didn't you ask me that last time?
Yeah. Well, I would say Killer B got a point, because if you're saying that it's cosmology and Abraham is cosmology and he's the first Hebrew, I think you run into a problem.
Who runs into a problem?
What I'm saying is that if you're saying that it's cosmology, just follow me. I'm not making any direct statements. I'm just posing a question. If you're saying that it's cosmology, and you're saying that Abraham is cosmology, and Moses, and if Abraham is the first Hebrew, but he's cosmology, then where do you get your baseline for Hebraic lineage?
Well, Abraham is not the first Hebrew, but
Well, who was the Hebrew before him?
the first Hebrew they say is the guy named Eber. You ever heard of him?
And so Eber comes before Moses. I mean, before Abraham.
Yes.
Okay, so when you have Eber, right, and you take Eber and you follow his lineage, when did it say? When is in your book does it state that he was a Hebrew? No, I'm asking questions.
No.
You
I
teaching me.
hate who you're talking about.
You
but
teaching me. You teaching me at this point.
That those people were, if I'm correct, Cohen, you said that those people weren't real. That's cosmology, right?
Yes.
I said it's called cosmology, right? Every religion I know has one.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Technology, you got the Greeks. You can go all the way down the line.
So if you know that every religion has this, what's your problem then?
I ain't got no problem.
But
so then why are we talking about this?
Cohen, wait, hold on. Let me ask you this. I'm gonna say because that's deflection. Because I never made an assertion about any other religion or any other person being real. All we're asking is this: if you are truly saying that it is cosmology, and cosmology talks in a fictitious type of imagery that gives maybe a lesson or direction towards something based on the stars and what's in the heavens, that is not a real person. And if a person is claiming that they have lineage from a real person, but you say it's cosmology, I'm saying that is the problem. When your book
Okay.
states,
hold on. Let me stop you right there because I know what you're saying, and like this conversation really a waste of time to me. These people that believed in this cosmology were people on the earth. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
The people that believed in the Bible, that believed in, I don't know. I mean, like I said, at this point, you're the teacher. I'm just asking questions.
No, I'm not teaching. I'm answering the question that you're asking. So I'm asking you a question. These people that believe in the Torah and believed in this cosmology or whatever, they were people. Yes or no? Do you agree?
Right. Just like the Greeks. Greeks, they believed at a time that Zeus, Zeus is real and all that shit, but we know it's not.
That what's not real?
To say Zeus or Isis
I don't know nothing about that. I never studied that. So
hold on, you know about Ra?
I don't. I haven't studied Egyptology.
Okay, all right, that's cool, that's fair, but they got people kings that they say descend from Ra. This is the son of Ra. Like, I'm not that big on the Egyptology. Hey, Rue, that's his area. But hey, Rue, you understand what I'm saying too? Like, that's like what he's doing. He's taking mythological people and making it physically and making it physical. Something that's not real. And tying in people that are real.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's saying there's people that believe that. Yeah.
Well, who's doing this though?
Who's doing what?
What he just said. They was taking fake people and tying them into real people.
No, the people you talking about. You just said it yourself.
Yeah, I would say that in my experience, most people who are of the Hebrew faith teaches and believes that Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Solomon are real people.
Yep.
That's what they believe. And they stand on that. And but that's why I was saying that's why I was saying that if you say that in fact that it is cosmology, then you run into a problem. I'm not saying personal, I'm just saying you run into a problem with the discussion or the ideology, because now you're telling me that they're not real people. But if they're not real people, then where do you get the heritage, the line?
Right.
Because if Abraham isn't real, Eber, the dude behind him, isn't real either. Because Adam's not real.
And he ain't gonna find no goddamn Eber. He's not gonna find no evidence of Eber ever walking the earth.
Right. So that's why I'm saying you that's why I said that we run into issues. I mean, not you personally. I'm just saying in conversation. That's all I'm saying.
The people that believe in this religion, Torah, or this way of life, they wrote this stuff down. So you know that they're real people.
Who wrote it down? Who wrote it down? Who wrote it down?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, we're not.
I'm asking.
Yeah, man, listen, man. I don't got time for the silliness, man.
Well, it's not a silly.
Are you kidding me, man?
It's not.
So you think this stuff just fell out the sky?
So you're gonna have to show me original manuscript.
No.
You're gonna have to show me original.
I don't have to show you anything. We know that this stuff is here. It didn't fall out the sky. Somebody had to write it.
Right. Okay. Somebody wrote it.
Wait, Cohen, here's what I'm asking you. You said
so if you know that somebody wrote it, what are you asking me these silly questions for?
Listen, I'm asking you. You said somebody wrote it, and I'm asking you who wrote it. Are you saying that Eber wrote it? Are you saying that Abraham wrote it? Are you saying that Moses wrote it? Are you saying who wrote it?
Listen. All right, let's take the name Moses now. There's a lot of people that sit here and tell you that Moses wrote the Torah. We know that cannot be true because he would have to write when he died, and not only about his death, he would have to write about his brother's death, Miriam's death, and all of that stuff. So therefore, we know that the Torah from Genesis to Deuteronomy didn't come to much later on, to after these people were already in Israel. And we know that because they couldn't be giving you laws about the temple and sacrificial laws when they were wandering in the desert for 40 years. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. Right. I'm with you. Okay. So who wrote it?
You tell me. You act like I'm.
I mean, in the book. I mean,
John on 22 Temple Street wrote it. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I mean that's fair.
So
I mean that's fair. You say you don't know.
Good question.
So what is the oldest writing?
You follow Egyptology? Who built the pyramids?
The people that were in Egypt.
Who?
The first dynastic period. The first dynastic period. Those people built it. But here's the thing.
Hold on. You got proof of that?
Wait, hold on. Right. We know that under certain dynastic rules, over a period of time, they constructed the certain pyramids. They erected certain things. Now, here's the thing. There's evidence in papyrus, it's on the wall, it's on so forth, right? So when you say like they say the pyramid of Khufu, right? Some people will say, well, Khufu started it, but there's a date that says that it was much older than Khufu. So, but one thing that we do know is that it was a people that were of Kemetic stock, Ethiopian, Nubian, who would have constructed the pyramid. Now, I'm not saying one person did anything. So I'm not making an assertion. So therefore, I have nothing to defend, except for I knew that those people did it. It's on the writing. What I'm asking is this, and it's based on what you said. You said, because it all started with you saying that these people aren't real. So we're asking, how do you validate a lineage if the people aren't real? Now, you said that we know somebody wrote it. I'll say, yes, I do know somebody wrote it. You asked me who wrote it. But if I tell you that it was wrote in the, 13th, 14th century, first century, thousands of, 15 to 2,000 years after all these events were supposed to happen, and there is no primary manuscript in which they could have written from, because most of the original stuff was written during the councils of Nicaea, the councils of Ephesus, and so forth. And then it was written by other people who wanted other Bibles and canons for them, like King James, right?
The stuff written before the councils, way before the councils.
Where? If you say that, and I'll take your word for that. It was written before, but we know.
Stuff wasn't written.
Listen, okay, I'll take your word for that. But we know that the first canonized Bible that was written after the councils. That's a historical fact. There's no need to argue about it. That's the first time a Bible. Wait, that's the first time a Bible was actually put together and canonized. We know that. So I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to take your word that yes, it was written before the councils. I'll take your word for it. I will accept that, and I will ask you for what language it was written in a primary papyrus or evidence that it was written in document.
Let me ask you a question, a real serious logical question. You think you're gonna have scrolls from way back then all the way till now?
Yes, they're in Africa. There's plenty of papyruses and stuff left out.
Yeah.
There's 26 miles under the Vatican. There's 26 miles underneath the Vatican with nothing but papyrus from ancient times. There's papyrus in the museums.
There you go. And are they bringing them out?
Yes, we know about the one we talk about. We know about.
Stop. You're gonna sit here and tell me they're bringing out the original scrolls from back in the day, the Hebraic scrolls that are in the Vatican?
They ain't got no goddamn Hebraic scrolls.
They ain't no such thing. But what I will tell you is this: there are original writings. There are original writings in Sumer, which are cuneiform. There's original writings in Phoenician, and there's original writings which are in hieroglyph, demonic, and Coptic. Now, all of these things are going during the time in which your patriarchs were there. So I can show you some of theirs. Now you show me yours. Is that fair?
That I had them?
You get it now?
Okay.
Nah, get shit. What I'm telling you is them shits ain't around here. I ain't seen them. You seen them?
What are you talking about? I get writings from Egypt that predate the stories in the Bible. That predated. And they still around. So where are these these Israelite writings, this Torah writings, where are they? Because we can't find any of those manuscripts.
And that's something that you into? Go look for that shit.
No, hold on. I don't have to look for it. I'm not an archaeologist.
Me either.
Right. But there are archaeologists. There are anthropologists. There are these scientists out there that are searching for these things. They are experts. There are professionals in this, and they have found these things from Sumer, from Egypt, and even has gone so far as to translate these things and find artifacts that had tools to show people to translate some of these things and show interaction with this civilization, with that civilization. And people are writing on their interactions with these people. This interactions with the Egyptians, with the Hyksos, interaction with the Egyptians, with the Libyans, with the Hittites, with the Canaanites, right? So where are these writings? Where are these artifacts?
Okay, now let's
show
first
that people walk the earth.
On the letters about the interactions, what did you say?
Say that again?
When I brought up the Armana letters, what did you say?
Dude, that's fake. We done been through that shit on this show.
So you show me where they're fake at then.
Hey, Rue, you want to take this one?
You got that because Chris and you and everybody else have already did that with their mind.
Yeah, like there's a video. We got videos on that, bro. Like I do this shit and forget about it. There's no need me talking about it after that, unless I find something new. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Moabite stone, the same thing. That shit was easy. There's no, and when you deal with those things, right? The people who are making these claims do not have the credentials to make their claim. Just like how you said you can't read that shit. You told me to go find it. I said I ain't an archaeologist, right?
Please. So
hold on one second. Hold on. Now, you told me to go find it, and I said I'm not an archaeologist, but I can follow somebody that has the credentials that go and find it and tell us about it, right? Now, when you got these people, or I kind of lost my thought and shit, but the art, like when I said you said go find it, the people who are making these claims about the Amarna letters and the Moabite stone, these peoples are not recognized.
But there's more than that. You're acting like that's the only in the world.
And we done bulldozed all that shit before.
I ask you a question. How old are you, man?
I'm 46.
Oh man, so you should have been known about half of this shit. And you said you used to be.
I read about the shit that you talking about when I was like in my 20s. I done forgot half that shit. So like, a lot of things that people come out here, I already moved on from my life 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Years did you discover that the Amarna letters are fake?
Recently, within the last couple of years.
Okay, so let me ask you, which ones are fake? Just the ones dealing with Israel, or all of them are fake?
Bro, it's like there's no studies. You're like, this is a simple search.
How many Amarna?
Listen. There are no, on this earth, there are no artifacts that prove the existence of Israelites on this earth.
Are you kidding me right now? Hold on.
That's a fact.
Let's be serious. Have you been to Israel?
No.
Have you been to Israel?
No. Have you?
No. So I'm going to ask you right now. Over there, you're trying to tell me that they don't have ruins from when these people.
No, nigga. No. There's not.
Yo, all my kids, I'm about to be right back. Now, when I show you this shit, I want to hear what you got to say now. Hold on.
I just want to know something. I just know one thing. You do know that Israel only became like you had lower and upper Israel, right? But you do know that most of the time that we're talking about through your biblical story, right? You had a lower and upper, and most of the time throughout the whole thing, they have been in captivity, right? We do know that it wasn't until after World War II where Israel got a state in that area. And it wasn't until then where people really start talking about the people of Israel. They don't even claim black Hebrew Israelites. They call the Ethiopians Falashas, converts. So when you say the people over there don't look like you. They look like Arabs.
They never did.
They look like dark, straight people. That's how they look over there. They read Hebrew. They read Yiddish.
Look at the high coast in Egypt. They show you what they look like. They don't look like you. And I assume that you look like me and Heru. I look like Heru and Heru look like me. Yeah. We got the same features. So if you look like me and Heru, guess what? Our asses wasn't over there. We come from the sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah. And
that's where we come from.
And if that's the case, and we can go something into, and I'm not a linguist, but I've just from hearing conversations, they would say there was Israel and then there was Judah, right? But in that time, if there wasn't a J, then what was it called? What's the actual name of Judah? Where did you put? Why would they put book where there's no J? There are certain things that draw suspicion of that the narrative might not be as accurate as what is being pushed.
Right.
I would say that. Now, I'm not going to say that people don't identify as Hebrew, because Hebrew is there's not a Hebrew race. Anybody can be. There's Black Hebrews, there's Arab Hebrews, there's Asian Hebrews, there's a lot of Hebrews.
Yep.
By faith.
I can show one artifact that the only thing they could actually even say that that's them is when who was that led that they got it's a what they call that shit. I forgot what they call it. It's like a thing that you walk through and shit when you go walk through a city. And they have the Roman soldiers carrying the menorah. That's the only thing that you could pull. And that still does not prove that Israelites existed. Now, I'm not saying people didn't live there. I'm not saying that. There's a such thing as Edomites. That's been proven. They have people called Edom. They have Hittites. Right? But there's no Israelites. None. There's people that lived in that land. Oh, he left. Like, where'd he go?
Oh, I think he's. I don't know.
I hope he didn't do like all the other ones. I was commenting on it. You have some heart.
I don't know. He dropped off, or maybe he just got tired.
And half this shit, like, I done learned and forgot. Know what I'm saying? Like, I get all the information. Yeah. Okay, oh, this is bullshit. So I'm moving on with my fucking life.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? I'll accept what you say. But then if you make a claim, and you make a claim, you make a statement, you have to be able to back that claim that up. So if you tell me, yes, okay, so where's the writings? Where's that? Oh, I don't know, and this and that. Okay. Well, if you don't know, then you can assert that it's true. You can say, I believe it's true, and I'll accept that. Okay, you believe it.
I accept that too.
I'll accept that.
I accept that too. True.
But when you're telling me it's true, but the problem is that you can't say you're a Hebrew and then tell me that the patriarchs is from cosmology.
That he killed himself.
Yeah, but then you say the dude that was before the first known Hebrew in your book.
And Eber,
not the real Hebrew. It was the dude, but it was Eber. I'm like, huh?
So, and he's showing the mythological person. So he's saying this mythological person came from a real person.
Yeah.
Usually it's the other way around.
Yes.
So he shot himself.
We know based on his book. Yeah. But we know, based on his book, that you don't get into the real where they claim Hebrew faith until Abraham. And Abraham, that's when Abraham had left his father's faith from Chaldea. And then he formed that faith in those followers after he left his father. We know this. So you can't say he was the first Hebrew. It's kind of like a Muslim saying that, the first Islamic guy was Adam, because Islam means submission to the will of Allah. You know what I'm saying? It's trickery. But it don't work when you shoot yourself in the foot. When you start off by saying, "Oh, I don't know who say that. That shit ain't real." But the guy behind the dude is real. Who, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. So, but I think that's why he left.
Because he started to see that shit himself. And they hit brick walls. Like, they hit brick walls. And like I said, I ain't got no problem with somebody believing in the book, the Torah or the Bible. I ain't got no problem with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But don't sit there and try to make your ass a super person. Mm-hmm. What they call that? Half fake person, half real person. The Greeks was good for that shit.
Oh.
Or they call this person was born from Ra.
Oh, them motherfucking demigods.
This person was born from
them motherfuckers demigods.
Demigods.
A god in the person.
Demigods.
Yeah,
these niggas be bugging.
Yeah, but I told him that's deflection. When you make a statement and then I respond, and then you ask me about something as if I made an assertion to get off of what you were saying, it's deflection.
Right,
dude, that's deflection. I never made no claim that Egypt did anything.
Yep.
I didn't make no claim. But since we're talking about it, I can show you this. Now, since I can show you this, now show me yours.
And you did. He's like, shit. You can go to Egypt and you got papyruses they got. You got records.
Yeah, fuck.
You got all that shit.
Fucking go
From back then.
Go to Sumer. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
come on up in here. You got the damn.
Go to Phoenician. I mean, there's fucking records everywhere of ancient times. And you say that Moses didn't write it, but in the book it says Moses wrote it. Then you say that it was an oral tradition, but yet it still say Moses wrote it. But what you can't get past is that the first canonized version was actually in the councils, which was headed by the Romans, which was Catholicism that actually fed into Christianity. Period. And that's when all the shit got written. So you don't have any ancient text that really talks about the plight of your people. You have a couple of papyruses that people argue with of whether it says Israel. That's what you got. You got, those couple papyrus that says it's like one word or, and then they got a coin or something that they say is Israel. It mentions Israel. But then you have people that will push against that and say, no, it don't say Israel. It says something else. So,
and half of the shit is just simple, like search things that you can come to conclusion of that.
Yeah.
With a simple, like fucking search shit. Like very simple.
Yeah.
Very simple.
I think the brothers knew in his faith.
He said his parents were Israelites.
Oh.
But a nigga too will say that because they think they're Israelite too. But I don't know
they say everybody Israel. But if his parents were Israelites, then he must wasn't practicing, or they wasn't really pushing. Because if your parents were Israelite, and I'm just assuming, this is just an assumption, if your parents was Israelite and they was really into the Torah, then he would have, as a grown man, he would have grown up and he would have been more edified in his book, where he's continuing saying, I don't know. And somebody, you know what I'm saying? Somebody that don't know as much as he says he don't know, or he's conflicting with these people who are saying that it's this and you're saying it's cosmology, you probably just need some more studying to even just strengthen, not even convert to what I'm saying, but to strengthen your faith. So when somebody does come and talk to you, you have a stronger stance in your doctrine, in your belief system. So,
right.
But I think most people, when they talk to you, they don't understand that you was part of tour. You was part of Tour Nights.
Yeah, so that's how we rock it anyway.
Yeah, motherfuckers Tour Nights know the shit. That's what I've learned. Y'all know the shit. Y'all know the book. That because y'all not in it no more don't mean that y'all somehow lost all that knowledge or understanding of the book. Oh, he back.
Yeah. Yep, he back.
Yeah.
So what you presenting to us?
Yo, I'm in here. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Dropped out for a minute.
All right. How can I put the video in here? Like you said, there ain't no archaeological evidence, right?
Nah, we don't want no goddamn videos, nigga. We want scholarship.
What? Okay, the videos of what? Of who? I mean, I don't care if you're short or not, but you know what I'm saying. I just want who's the
play?
Yeah, play it. Who's the
drop
video?
The link.
Yeah.
But you can
how do you drop the link? How do you do it?
Damn, I kicked my own self out. Hit the share. You see what's or you can just put the link in the back chat and I'll put it up. Where it says private chat, you can put the link in there and I'll put it up. I wish I knew the video where we did that Armana letter thing on and shit. I would play that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I didn't seen so many debates on the kind of on the Mana letter about the authenticity of it. You know, I thought he was going to
Yeah,
go to the. I was going to go to the Eber tablets.
something. Shit, crazy.
Yeah.
You figured it out.
Well,
All right.
give the name of the video. What is it? What the video is about? So let's go. Let's see. Eber. Let's go. He said Eber. Eber letters. Right. Well, let's go. Imano letters. That's what he says. Imano letters.
All right. Until we get that, I'm gonna do this thing where they believe that they're descendants of where they're not African. I'm gonna throw that up.
Okay.
Okay, so we pull this thing here up.
He did say the Imano, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but he came back. I don't know what shit he ain't prepared, but I don't know.
So I'm just gonna go with Wikipedia. And this is what's crazy, right? This is what's crazy. Talk to me. They's always like, though they talk about Egyptian hieroglyphs. They say you can't read that shit. That shit is pictures and this and that, right? And I'm like, okay, you know me. I accept what you're saying. It's pictures. I don't know what they're saying. Let's just say that. So when we look at this cuneiform with motherfucking lines and checks and arrows, you tell me what the fuck that say. You actually got fucking check marks in clay tablets, and you gonna tell me you know what the fuck that says?
Or they will do that shit to you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I can at least make it probably most like an educated guess based on observing the pictures of seeing how it is, right? But these motherfuckers checks and marks and fucking lines and you know what I'm saying. That shit look like a design. But anyway, it says Amana letters, sometimes referred to as the Amana correspondent or Amana tablets, and cited in the abbreviation of EA or EL Amana. An archive of written on clay tablets primarily consisted of diplomatic correspondence between Egypt administration and its representatives in Canaan and Amaru, or neighboring kingdoms leaders during the New Kingdom between the 1360s, 1332 BC. The letters are found in Upper Egypt at the El Marnar, and modern name of ancient Egypt of Akheten, found by the pharaoh Akhenaten. Okay, Akhenaten during the 8th dynasty of Egypt. The Mana letters are usually in a Egyptological research because they are mostly written in script known as Akkadian cuneiform, not Hebrew. And the writing system of ancient Mesopotamia rather than that of ancient Egypt, and the language used has sometimes been characterized as a mixture language between Canaanite and Akkadian. The written correspondence spans a period of at most 30 years. The known tablets total 382, of which 358, which have been published by a Norwegian astrologist, Jordan Alexander in his work Die Amana Tafel, which came out in 2 volumes in 1907 and 1953, the remaining standard edition of this day. The text of the remaining 24 complete or fragmentary tablets excavated since Knutson has been made available. The monoletters are a great significance for Bible studies as well as Semitic languages because they are shed light on the culture and language of Canaanite peoples in this time period. The letters through written in Akkadian are heavily colored by the mother language of their writers who probably spoke an early Pro-Canaanite, who probably spoke from an early Pro-Canaanite, the language which would later evolve into its daughter language, Hebrew and Phoenician. These Canaanitisms provide valuable insight into the language of several centuries and so forth, right? Now, one thing you won't find in here. He's back? Okay.
Yeah, he put up the thing in the chat.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, let me share the screen here. Yeah. The gates of Zion. Here we go.
Okay, now you can see here what's called the fortress of the time of the kings of Judah. Now, if you look here, you can see the gate that the scripture says that existed here. Now, this here, you can see here.
Oh, my bad.
Hello, let's go back again. About this gate is that this gate is very unique when it comes down to describing actual Mount Zion in Jerusalem. You can see the tower here, and you can see the other tower here. But let's go inside. What's inside here?
Okay, now notice this. It says the architectural designs of the ancient gates are proof of the locations of the real Jerusalem. So this video isn't proving Israelites. It's proving that what this man has done, he has moved archaeological or biblical story locations to somewhere that he feels that they are real. Right? So what he read is saying, hey, this is the ancient gates of Jerusalem. I never said Jerusalem wasn't real. It's a place. That's like saying New York City. Right? What we're asking you to do is to prove Israelites. They weren't people in Israel. That's like it'd be stupid to me to say that the Jerusalem or that area wasn't populated with people. That'd be ignorant. Like that I wouldn't need a PhD to be able to say. To say that
Really quick.
I got that echo.
Right here. Zion Gate on Arabic Baharat El Yada or Babi is one of the gates of the Jerusalem. Zion Gate is the west of the location of the medieval gate. So to show that gate is killing whatever you're trying to prove. It was built in 1540.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. All you got to do is play the video. They're going to show different things. Like I told you, there's evidence. I'm not going to sit here and argue back and forth like, nah, I told you, here's the video. I ain't got nothing else to say about that. We could talk about something else different if you want.
No problem. In the video, is they going to show?
All right, but let's get back to the pyramids, though. What you said that the first dynasty built that?
Who said that? I didn't say the first dynasty. I said
the second dynasty built that is what you said.
No, I did not. I ain't talking about no gate. What are you talking about? I said that the gate.
I didn't say nothing about no gates. I'm talking about the pyramids. You heard what I said.
I said, what you talking about? The pyramids? I said that the pyramids were built. We got pyramids all the way from the first through I think the last one was built in the 18th dynasty.
Where is your proof?
It's in Egypt. Go there. It's in Egypt.
So what papyrus talks about the building of the pyramids?
The pyramids are there.
Like I said, None of the papyrus talk about any building of the pyramids.
Hey, listen. Okay, hold on. Right? We know that the pyramids are in Cairo. We know that they go down Egypt, which is north, and they go up Egypt, with the south. We know this, right? I know this. We know based on carbon dating, and they dated it in which century they were in. So I'll say this, right? I'll tell you like this, right? So the Khufu pyramid. The Khufu pyramid was constructed between 2509 and 2408 BCE. Now, that's what it's stated at, right? It talks about the height. It talks about everything. That pyramid was built way before any Hebrew was ever mentioned, thought of.
You said it was built when? You said 2509?
No, I said the period 2509 and 2548 BCE.
And 2548 BC. And you saying like Khufu?
Huh?
Like Khufu?
The Khufu, it says the Great Pyramid or Khufu's pyramid was built during that time.
Okay, and where's this written at is what I'm saying.
What?
Where's this written at?
Archaeologists.
Oh, so people who wasn't there said this.
Archaeologists who have used scientific methods to date, just like they would date your book, your Bible.
Oh, okay. So like I said then, Egypt don't have no proof saying which dynasty or who built none of that shit.
Well, okay. Now let's go into education mode, because I see your energy is going up. So I'm going to match your energy. So let's go into education mode, right? When we start looking at the papyrus, we know who built, we know about what dynasty, when it was built, based on the actual things that were on the wall, based on the kings. That's how we know. They also use carbon dating, which is a scientific method which uses the minerals which are in the materials of the bricks and the concrete that shows about what time it was dated. We have a king's list. The king list matches up with the time in which the things were constructed and built. And it actually has some papyruses. I don't have those exactly on me that would say when the kings and when they was constructed and how and when they did it. Now, you can say that. Now, I can say this. We can say that none of the pyramids were built by anybody that I said so, right? Nothing. It still will not help you, because the pyramids being built is not on my religious or faith foundation. It wouldn't matter if nobody built the pyramids to me. It wouldn't have any effect on my daily life belief or religion. But if I say that we both can agree that we can't tell who built what, I lose the pyramids, you lose your whole religious foundation, who you are and what you stand for. Would that be correct? Hey, Killer B, you there? Oh, y'all gone again? Oh, okay. Okay, so everybody gone. But I just want everybody to know, whoever's watching this, anybody ever see this, that the brother wants to know who did it, right? And we know that the pyramids, the names and stuff are written on the walls and papyrus, and the king's names are actually written on cartouches on the pyramid. For instance, you know what I'm saying? So it's nonsensical what he's asking. Because that's right here. The one
what started it, Heru, what started it is because I stopped the video and said that this man is only explaining where this ancient gate was, and so he's using this gate as archaeological evidence for the existence of Israelites, right?
But he can't. Yeah, but he can't do that.
That doesn't prove Israelites. It only proves that there was a gate that was built in a place called Jerusalem with a certain date.
Yeah.
Right? It does not prove that the people of that book or the biblical characters or whatever was there. Now, the Canaanites was there. Know what I'm saying? The goddamn the Phoenicians or whatever, like, know what I'm saying? What the high coast or whatever was there. I don't know whatever the date was or whatever, who was there the most and the majority, who was running the place at that time or whatever, but there's no evidence that it was ran by Israelites.
What are you writing?
Or there were people called people of that damn book or of the Israelite book or whatever was there. That's not proving that. That's like me saying, that's like me saying that he telling me that the Israelites ruled Egypt a certain time, and he's showing me a pyramid that was built at that time in Egypt. That doesn't prove them. That just proves that the structure was built.
Right. Right.
Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That same man, the same man he's showing us, called himself rewriting the 10 Commandments. And he went to go join a fucking cult. I can show you it. The nigga, he made his own 10 Commandments out of stone.
Yeah.
And he went to the fucking what's the nigga name in Demona that died? Ben Amin, help people and say, hey, I want to be part of your leadership. And I made this 10 Commandments, and he got mad and smashed the 10 Commandments on the ground in the street.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But the thing is, like, he's saying that, how do you know? And I'm saying that, well, we know is they did scientific dating on it. There's writing. Well, show me a book that is on the walls. And the pharaoh's names are in the cartouches in the sarcophagus. Well, where's that? It's there.
That's like going to the what's like this? That's like going to the goddamn shit. What's a good example? A major like place or something, and there's a plaque on the wall that the people put there when they built it. Like you go to some skyscrapers in New York City, you will see a plaque, that telling you the company that built the building and the date it was built.
Right.
So 1,000 years from now, somebody finds that building, and they're gonna see that motherfucking plaque that say Robertson and Jordan Construction Company built this in 2021.
Right.
But it don't prove that niggas was living there. What you have to prove that niggas was living in that building is artifacts of, you know what I'm saying, black people bones. You would have to see paintings in there of black people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop that. That's it.
And stuff like that. You're gonna see things like that. Let me share this screen. I can show you something, Heru, that these motherfuckers be doing. Check
and
this
that's why he's gonna have problems. But I told you, even if you disprove me, it doesn't prove you.
Right.
That is it's illogical. That it by you disproving me won't prove you. And even if we both went on the same measure and I agreed with you and I says, well, you know what, you're right. I wasn't there, you wasn't there, so I can't say who did this. Right? And I say I'm done. I won't talk about the pyramids no more. And you say so that means that you would have to say, okay, I don't know who did it, so I can't deal with the being a Hebrew no more. I lose the pyramids, but you lose your whole faith.
Right.
You lose your whole identity.
The whole identity.
Right? So it's illogical for you to try to disprove me based on a structure where I made no assertions. I did not make any assertions. Therefore, like I said, I didn't make any assertions, so I don't have to defend any. Well, how you know that the Hebrews, how you know that the Egyptians did it? Because those are people in the land. People in the surrounding areas wrote about them. We have about invasions, we have battles and wars, and we have kingdoms rising and falling. We have different names changing from Abu Land, whatever that shit is, to Ethiopia, to Kemet, to Egypt, to so forth and so on.
Right.
We have this. We have people from, the sea people, to the Greeks, to the fucking Romans, to the what's it called? People, the Libyans and Sumerians and all kind of motherfuckers coming over there fighting.
Yep.
They all wrote about it. But
they all wrote about it.
None of them wrote about a fucking Hebrew.
Nope. They ain't write about no David. They ain't write about no Solomon. They ain't write about no Joshua. They ain't write about no motherfucking goddamn Sarah. They ain't write about no Rebecca. They ain't write about no goddamn Ezekiel. They ain't write about none of that shit.
Nobody wrote about it.
Nobody wrote about it. If Solomon was as great as that Bible makes him, people from thousands of miles in every direction would have had some type of writing manuscript or something. There was a man that was so great, and he had a big building of gold, and they would have been writing about that shit.
Hey, they wrote about
the flood. What about like this? People write about a flood. Know what I'm saying? So we know that a flood happened because in Egypt niggas was writing about a flood, and in Samaria niggas was writing about a flood. Motherfucking in goddamn Africa niggas writing about a flood, and all over the world, motherfucking China motherfucking writing about a flood probably. Like, that's how we know that there was a flood.
Right. I mean,
but there's no thing saying, what about Moses crossing the goddamn Red Sea or Reed Sea, whichever you want, and the water to cross the Red Sea or the Reed Sea, it would take 10 days to walk across that motherfucker. I did the calculations. I saw how big it was and did the math. And so I think it was like 7. It might have been 7 days or like 8 days or some shit like that. It would have took for them people to walk across that shit. So you trying to tell me the water was held back on both sides? And this is a sea, so there's an outlet and an inlet. So it coming from the ocean, you got the tides. That would cause a major catastrophe. People from all around would have been affected by those waters being stopped from flowing.
Mm-hmm.
All around the world, like, don't say all the surrounding lands and stuff, they would have been like, shit. For 8 days, you would have saw something written. For 8 days, shit. The tides and shit was fucked up. Yep. It would have been something like we never seen, they never seen before. So they would have definitely made a note of it. They might have.
Yeah. But, yeah, right. But like I said, man, even with that, man, just even you just said the kings, right? Like the people wrote about King Midas. They talk about even the motherfucker didn't real. They wrote about him. They wrote about the Sumerian kings. They wrote about the Egyptian kings. They read about the Akkadian kings. They wrote about the Greeks. They wrote about people.
Yeah.
But nobody, I mean, like, so in Egypt, in Kemet, they talk about these invaders. They talk about them. They tell you who they are and what they did, and the Hyksos. They talk about them. They talk about the sea people who came in.
Yup.
But nobody talks about this person named King David who ruled all of these lands at one particular time. Nobody wrote about a Moses who led a group of 6,000 men or whatever it is, not including children, led them out. They die in the wilderness. The children now that they had are called the children of war, come in just tearing up all kind of shit, airing a fucking around, committing genocide all over the place, and nobody writes about it.
Check this out, hey Root. Check this shit out. The Zoveran Compact Bible Dictionary. All Israelites use this to prove that they're Israelites and not African. Now check this out. Earlier we talked about how many of them use the Zoveran Bible Dictionary, blah, blah, blah. I don't got to go to that shit. I just get right to the shit. It says in the Zoveran Compact Bible Dictionary, Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of the 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Libyans, and the Canaanites. Zoveran Compact Bible Dictionary. Now, this is only in the old one. It's not in the new.
Yeah.
This is the old one. And there's a reason it was in the old one and not in the new. They used to tell us, oh, see, the white man, they know we found their secrets, so now they want to go hide it from us. If they wanted to hide it from you, they would have never put it in there.
Yeah.
Right? Now, look, check this out. See? It just said that Ham is not the progenitor of the Negroes. We are not Africans. We are Israelites. There's one thing I want to point out. Just because it states that Ham is not the progenitor of the Negroes does not mean Shem is the progenitor of them. Because we know that the Israelites supposedly come from Shem, right? It don't say nothing in that Bible dictionary about them coming from Shem. Give that, I hardly see any of them actually use more of the Zoveran dictionary. They have no idea what else it could say. For all they know, it could say the Edomites are the Negroes, which it doesn't. I'm just saying. Now look at this. What they fail to realize is that the Zoveran Compact Bible Dictionary entry on Ham uses what we call the Hamitic hypothesis. This is a 19th century theory created by a Eurocentric who was looking to claim the accomplishments of certain African and Western Asian countries, Egyptian, Kemet, Ethiopian, Canaanite, etc., by systematically placing them under the umbrella of the Caucasian race. In the mid-19th century, the term Hamitic acquired a new meaning as scholars asserted that they could anthropologically discern a Hamitic race that was distinct from the Negroid population of where? Sub-Saharan Africa. The theory arose from early anthropological writers who linked the stories in the Bible of Noah's sons to document ancient migrations of peoples from the Middle East into Africa. The Hamitic hypothesis, its origin functions. See, this is the source. I was trying to get it. Motherfuckers wanted $25 for that shit. I was like, well, I can do without it. You know what I'm saying? Now, they use that book. They use that dictionary to prove that they're Israelites, right? That's the first thing they'll show you when you join an Israelite group. Now, we're going to look at the Zoveran's NIV study Bible notes on Genesis 9:25. Noah's curse cannot be used to justify the enslavement of black, since most of Ham's descendants are known to be Caucasian. As the Canaanites certainly were, as shown by ancient paintings of the Canaanites discovered in Egypt. You see this? They eat themselves. The term Caucasian itself can refer to the population of Europe, North Africa, the Horn of Africa, Western Asia, Central Asia, South Asia. It was used for anthropology, not skin tone.
Where's your remote?
Oh, yeah.
Groyler Incorporated Encyclopedia Americana, Volume 6, Cathedrals to Civil War. As we can see, the hypothesis is still used today. Now let's look at the definition for Shem. Shem, this second son of Noah and the progenitor of the Semitic race, was born 98 years before the flood. He lived 600 years, outliving his descendants for 9 generations, except for Eber and Abraham. The racial prophecy that Noah made after the episode of his drunkenness, he mentioned the Lord, the God of Shem, the 3 monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all had Semitic origins. Noah added that Japheth's descendants would live in the tents of Shem, indicating that the Aryan people, to a large extent, have derived their civilizations from the Shemites in the Table of Nations. Shem, Ham, and Japheth probably differed only as brothers do, but the descendants are quite distinct. Notice how this entry does not make a single reference to Shem being the progenitor of the Negroes. While the Zabran avoids pointing Hamites as Negroes in an attempt to shun the so-called curse of Ham theory that are openly claiming them as Caucasians. This can only expose that these guys use the false Hamitic hypothesis, but that this definition denies the idea that Shem is the progenitor of Black Israelites. So you go to another book written by the same company, it's going to explain what it meant by they not Negroes. Because I had a dictionary when I was a kid, right? And you look up Egyptian, know what it's going to tell you? That Egyptians are Caucasian. I still got it somewhere. I got to find it. I still got that old dictionary here. I'm going to do a show. I'm going to turn the camera and let the people see it. That's from that Hamitic hypothesis, where they want to claim, oh shit. It says device not connected. Hero, you got to do something. I don't know exactly what that's meaning, but I know sometimes that happens with people. Go out and come back in and see if it works. You got to turn your mic on or something. You got the mic turned off on your browser or something. And Brainstorm, I hope you're feeling better. You get better. Get back out there and get up out of Killer B show and cut up with me. But y'all see this shit? And where this nigga went? He left. I'm going to play the whole video. I just stopped it to make a point. Matter of fact, that shit's still in the back chat. Let's see if this nigga proven Israelite. First, I want to Hoshana. Let's see something here. I gotta type that shit in. How Shua. Wait, hold on. Oh, I got the wrong shit up. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Here, there's a gate. You see. So what's happening here is that because of these gates in those places, that's proof that this specific location is the original and it's actually Mount Zion. You see, so we're gonna be going up, we're gonna be going to those cities, and we're gonna be doing a videotape, and this is gonna be a Zion Train Tour special that we're gonna be giving everyone to be able to understand how to identify the actual Mount Zion and the real Jerusalem. Walla walla.
Okay.
It's Zion Train Tour, and this is our preview tour that we're gonna be giving everyone here after we take you to Zion and the proof of the actual Mount Zion. And we're here at Lachish, and you can see from here, we have Melo here. This is what we've been showing here. We're gonna be showing everybody. This is gonna be our tour. The archaeological design of the city is the proof of the location of the real Mount Zion. And where we at, according to the scripture, Solomon came here at Lachish, his castle, after he built Zion here. And you can see Melo here. He came here and built Lachish here. And see where we at right now, we're not at this gate yet. We're at the ramp leading up here. You can see they're reconstructing. See that black line where they're reconstructing? Now this is the actual towers entering it. But let's come on, continue up here. And you can see the reconstruction line here, where they've been reconstructing this. Now this is what the gate actually supposed to look like that we just walked in. You can see these two towers, and that's the ramp we just came up to. And now you turn here, and this is the gate right here. This is the main city gate wall right here. And you can see from there, that's the real wall. Let's walk on over in here. You see, and what's happening here, you can see here the tower. Now these two towers here are supposed to be the towers like you have in Mount Zion. And what's happening here, this is the foundation here of these two towers. See the towers here? This is the foundation of one. That's the foundation of another. So that would be the actual tower that you will see extending up. And that's the actual tower extending up. And then after you walk inside, you see, then you can see the drainage now. When you can see the drainage now, take note of that, because once we get up to Giza, which is the next stop after we leave here, you're gonna see that gate. That gate is completely set up as a drain. So let's walk on in. And this here is where we're supposed to be at right here. Now you can see here, this is the wall, and you have one section there which is mellow. You see what I'm saying? And you have another section over here that they're reconstructing. You see, come on in, Brian. And what's happening here now is that you can see from here, this is one section. So it's just like Zion. It's just like Zion. You walk, you got the wall, you got the tower here, and you got that little space. And then here, you would have that little space too where they reconstructed it. And then you walk up the third section here, a second section, you will have that space again. You see, this is the wall for the space. And then you go right across here, you got the other section where the wall for the space. And see, so then you got the third here, according to the diagram, which is this final section here of this wall, of this field. And here you have on the other section of the reconstruction. So what they're doing here, and let me stand up here, what they're doing here is to give you a perfect understanding. You can see the drainage here. Now, when we go to Giza, you're going to see at the gate, the drain is going all the way through the gate. So what Solomon did, when he left Zion, he re-improved on his father David's. For his house, David had one. What he did, he set up three. He set up three sections here. Hold that light for a second. He set up three sections. Get your one finger on that end. There you go. He set up three sections here, where David just had one area. He set up three. 1, 2, 3. You see? But then when you go to Giza here, which is our next stop, he set up exactly three sections. And he got the drain, which you see here. That's the drain. And that's going out there. You know what I'm saying? For the waste material, He got that set up right there at the gate, at this gate when you're going to see a Giza. So right now, the next thing you're going to see us do is that we're going to go to Giza, and we're going to continue to prove that Zion is Zion from the architectural that was built according to the scriptures at 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 15, where Solomon came, and according to the scripture, he built the gates at Zion Mellow, and then he came to his house, which is Lachish. It don't name Lachish there. It just tells you he built his house. But this gate is proof that this was his house. And then after that, it tells you he built Giza, and then Megiddo, and then Hazor. So we're going to visit all three of these cities. The next city we're going to be visiting is Giza. And then we're going to show you their setup, because there you have it all. It's exactly how it was. And even at that place, they still have some of the stones in the gate. You know, but the format of Mellow is there exactly. So now this is Zion Train Tour, and our next stop, we're going to see you at Giza, proving that Mount Zion and the place they call Tel Aviv architecture is the real Mount Zion. Walla Walla. Okay, hey guys, we're here at the gate, at the entrance.
I got to stop it. There still haven't been any proof of the nation of Israel. Now, I can tell you that Yahweh exists. Yahweh is a real deity. I'm not saying he exists, but I'm saying it's a real deity that was worshipped in that land. But guess who it was worshipped by? Canaanites. I can show you an artifact of Yahweh. But guess what? It's not going to be no motherfucking Israelites that are worshiping him. It's going to be Canaanites. And guess what? Yahweh, the artifact, it shows Yahweh has a wife whose name is Anat. So that doesn't go with the biblical narrative. It's that easy. It's just that fucking easy. This man is a nut. I wonder where Josh at. Get Josh up. Josh loves this dude and shit. I think this nigga is a fucking nut though, because he only hangs around cult motherfuckers, cult leaders. What up, Kurt McGirt? Kurt McGirt. What up?
No, I'm not Kurt McGirt. Kurt Judah. I'm not Kurt McGirt. Kurt McGirt. No, that's a whole different brother.
Kurt McGirt. Kurt McGirt. Kurt Dirt, because God made Gert and dirt don't hurt.
Anyway.
God made Kurt. God made dirt and dirt bust your ass.
Yeah, but see, the problem is you teaching, but you don't like to listen.
Listen
so
to what?
I don't know how to approach it. You know,
listen to what?
You a straight audio, but you're not a receiver. You don't listen.
Cause I done did all this before. These niggas is telling me shit that I already been through.
It ain't that you've been
all
through.
Right. Do you understand? All right, you got kids, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now your kids come to you and telling you some shit about let's say, for example, well, I don't want to use no coach shit because you in the coat type bullshit wearing a certain hairstyle, right? Say your kids come home with a high top fade, right? And they thinking that's some new shit, and they telling you, Dad, you need to get one of these and all this shit. Like they'll say all the ladies love me and shit. I got the high top. And you like, nigga, get the fuck out of my face and shit. They ain't no much shit. I've been doing that before you know what to do with it.
But I know that you and Sherry explains the Bible, but you need a reference to understand it. So how do the English language seem so difficult?
You're not doing that shit tonight, bro.
All I said is one word.
We're
I
not
said
doing
the
that
word
motherfucking
says one
goddamn
thing.
Philadelphia shit tonight.
No. See how you
If
go
you're
there?
gonna do
Because
that,
you know where
I'm gonna
I'm
bring that nigga back on here. Cohen Goodall, get back on here,
See, I
and you
told
deal
you.
with this nigga.
The bottom line, y'all always referencing, but we don't be knowing why you referencing a man's
Yo, this is old shit for
essay.
me. This
A
is
reference
old
nothing
stuff
but
for
an
me.
essay of someone just talking to someone else. It's not actual biblical. So if you're gonna read
All
the
right, what you getting
scriptures,
at now? Okay, I understand what you kind of saying now. I think I do. Go ahead, say that again.
if you read the scriptures, why are you essaying? Why are you having some type of reference words to say, "Oh, this is the
Reference to
word of
what?
God"?
What did I reference? What did I reference?
Y'all all reference. I notice every time a
Nigga, tell me
Christian,
what I did.
every time you just said, you started saying, "Don't you have kids?" You referencing, and then you
Right.
having today's understanding, but you why do you
But
need
that
to
had
do
nothing to
it?
do with the subject.
You got to
The only
point.
reason I said that is because to explain to you what these people are presenting to me. I already got videos on it.
Okay,
We already
show
destroyed that shit.
show me in the
So,
word it doesn't say, not the reference of an opinion.
nigga, the word what?
Dude,
I don't have to go in the Bible.
Dude.
Display what I'm talking about, what we was talking
the
about tonight.
Bible has English language. Why do you need a reference of hypotheticals to be the word of God?
What the fuck is you talking about?
You
That's what I'm saying. You come out here and you start talking like you need medication, bro. You need fucking medication.
See, you
You need
want to
fucking medication.
argue when I'm saying point to the word when it says, "Oh, it's
I
not
don't have to
written."
read that Bible.
Is it wait,
Come out here and talk about what we talking
It's
about.
not written in the word, but then quit referencing, going to some voodoo discussion to say this is the Bible.
Okay, I'll play your game. Who's the Pharaoh of the Exodus?
Pharaoh of the Exodus is Ramesses Seti.
You sure about that?
Seti is the father in Ramesses 1 and 2.
Okay, so Ramesses is the Pharaoh of the Exodus.
Yes, and they lived in Sudan. That's the Exodus is where Moses were. The treasure cities.
One second, I gotta go to the refrigerator for a second. Give me 1 second. Okay. You're gonna fall on your face now and shit. You done set yourself up. I gave you the chance to give me the answer. You gave me the answer. Now I'm gonna see how you do with this here.
Well, can you share your screen with me? And
Go ahead.
Okay, now I'm on my cell, so I hope it can do the same thing because I ain't tried on the cell. See if you can share your screen and tell me.
You hit the share button and you can share the screen. See the share button?
Share button. Okay, let me see here.
Right there at the bottom.
Only see Mike, Cam.
Yep.
Share. Leave. I don't see it on share because I'm looking. I'm on my cell, so yeah, I'm on my.
It might not. Yeah. Put it. I'm on. It's a link. It's a link to a website or something.
Well, what it is, I came through your stream for myself, so
yeah, I don't think you can.
Yeah,
you have to go use the Chrome browser.
Okay.
To do it.
Okay. Now, have you ever heard of Egypt in Genesis?
No, we not doing that. We dealing with motherfucking Egypt, nigga.
Didn't I just say, have you heard of the Egypt in Genesis?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. What Israelite was ruling the second command then? What's his name?
Say what?
It was a Hebrew Israelite, second command of Egypt in Genesis. What was his name?
Huh? I don't know. It was second in command.
That was Joseph, right? Joseph Israel, right?
Yeah, you're referring to Joseph.
Right. So there's a whole story of Genesis 50, which is the last chapter. It just go back so many chapters, and you'll get the verse
that you want to talk about. Okay. I made the subject and we're gonna talk about the goddamn subject.
No.
You already engaged the subject.
So
I'm not gonna get. Hold on,
brother.
Make your stuff quick.
We were great.
I don't
in
got all night
Egypt.
because you're gonna put me to sleep.
We were
I'm gonna
great
start yelling
in
at you
Egypt.
and get disrespectful.
We were great in Egypt. Now, Exodus, we were in bondage in Sudan. It's two places in the now where the events took place. People don't know that. So the treasure cities Moses, Pharaoh said he was building, that's the ruins you see in Nubia. That was where the treasure cities of Seti and Ramesses. But the three pyramids were the first dynasties. The first pyramid was built in the third dynasties of Egypt, of pharaohs. So
you show me Joseph in Egypt.
Right, my avatar
outside of that book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I tell everyone just start with the last chapter of Genesis.
Did you not hear what the fuck I just said?
Where you from?
You show me Joseph in archaeology.
I'm gonna easily show it to you. The first,
that's what I'm waiting for,
brother. The first step pyramid Joseph built.
Nigga.
Yes.
Nigga, prove that.
Yes.
Show me archaeological evidence.
It was the third dynasty.
Show me archaeological evidence.
Hold on. All you got to do is type in Pharaoh Dozier, and that's when you begin to hear the story of Joseph, because the famine occurred during the third dynasty of Pharaoh, the third Pharaoh dynasty in history. That was the third dynasty. Joseph were the overseer. That's how he became second in command. That was third. It wasn't no pyramids at that time.
So you saying Dozier was Joseph?
Dozier was the pharaoh. That's your history. So you type in Pharaoh Dozier, and you would get the history.
Nigga, I'm trying to show me Joseph.
I'm trying to tell you, all you gotta do is
mythology. Show it to me in archaeology.
The history.
Show it to me in the goddamn writings on the wall.
The history books would tell you the name Pharaoh, the third dynasty, was Dozier.
Okay,
that's in all.
That's not saying Joseph.
And Joseph is
Joseph.
I'm trying, and the Bible has a different name that the Pharaoh called him, but I can't pronounce it right this moment. I had to look at it again. But Pharaoh gave him an Egyptian name, but Joseph Israel is how God spoke to him. So I'm gonna let you know it is a name there in Genesis that the Pharaoh named him once he became second in command. So all
right, what they named him?
It's in there. I just can't get to it right now because I'm talking. But it is a name.
And you can show that to me in archaeology.
Dude, it's a step pyramid. That's the actual pyramid, Joseph.
Oh my God, nigga! You retarded as fuck. Even the niggas on your side in the chat say you fucking retarded.
Pyramid. That Joseph built that. That's where the.
Hold on, I can deal with something else real quick. I'll put your ass on mute because you be wilding out. I don't got time to be taking you all the way around the motherfucking world. We having a discussion. You doing all this shit and you got no evidence for none of that shit. You was off the top of the head. And Dana Jones, you saying teach Cohen? Oh, you might be calling this nigga the Cohen and shit, the nigga on the screen. I hope you calling the nigga in the video Cohen and not referring to Cohen Gadol. Because Cohen Gadol ran.
Who is the person in the video? I really didn't catch. I'm just too.
His name is Hoshana Amaru or some bullshit like that. He's some old nutcase nigga that claiming that Jerusalem is in a different place than what the people are saying. Like he done took all the biblical cities and the biblical places and stuff, like right? That the people say, or this was where this was, this is where that was. He done took that shit and brung that shit somewhere else in Israel.
Okay. Now, he's Black American from America, am I correct?
Yeah, he a Cherokee Hispanic Indian.
Is he that, or is he really?
Yeah, that's what he is. That's what he claims to be.
Okay, but is he really a brother like us, Black American?
Yeah, he looked like a Black American.
Okay,
Because
okay.
you know niggas, we want to
Shut up.
claim everything except what we is.
Okay. Why are we complaining when we out least searching?
You ain't on here, Cohen. You ran.
Why are you hating from here when you watching the brothers just showing that he believe? Why can't he demonstrate without you being the first hypocrite?
You see what's on the screen right there? Can you see what's on the screen right there?
We didn't get
That's
to
the audience. He's not getting to the point or proving anything. You're doing the same thing you always do.
No, he definitely counting something in the Bible that war made ruins doing David's doing King Nebuchadnezzar. They did
This nigga talking about Nebuchadnezzar. I asked him about the Pharaoh of Egypt or the Exodus. Now we talking about fucking Nebuchadnezzar.
I'm speaking of him now. He's saying,
yo, Hugh Streets, come in here, yo.
He's saying the throne of David was there. He's counting what it states in the Bible. He sees those mountains. And then I believe it's true because you know why? They don't want to curse David. They will build south of the north. That means that if another tribe moving into Jerusalem by 1945, they're not going to build right there. They're going to build somewhere else because they are not the true Israelites. So they're not going to build in the exact spot. They're not. So Rome maybe established something, and that's most likely what they're following today, the Israelis. It's the Romans. The Romans did build probably castles, homes there, brother. And that's okay. So if the Romans is building, they're not building right there. They building where we see as Israelis, what they call in Jerusalem now. They only following the Romans and the Greeks. They built Greek mythologies. So that's most likely.
So the Israelites can't have mythology?
So he's saying he found the original throne of David. And it is, you can see structures in the ground. And they do have it as ancient. And
that
you can't
them get dated.
It don't matter. Israelis made it. They got ancient symbols there. The Israelis do recognize.
They ain't got no goddamn ancient Israelite symbols there.
The Israelite symbol started with
nigga.
The Israelites.
Show me one artifact of an ancient Israelite symbol.
You know why? You know
some
why?
shit.
Okay.
No, because I know what I'm dealing with. That's why I'm talking like this.
That's not debating. That's someone.
Yo, you come on here, yo. Or you at work?
Why are you hacking, brother? We all grown as men, and you running because you don't want to be right. That's why it's hard to talk because you go out talk yourself.
All right, this is what I gotta do with you for a second because he not gonna run up my blood pressure and shit. I'm trying to eat something. Hugh Street, come up on here. He talked. See how the conversation went? We were dealing with the Pharaoh of the Exodus. Hey, Cohen, you want to deal with that? The Pharaoh of the Exodus? Hugh Streets, bring your ass up on here. You be wilding too. What the fuck is wrong with your phone, nigga? I be trying to hit you up and the shit just be all retarded and shit. That shit annoying in the motherfucker. These niggas is crazy. Kurt not doing this shit today. I only let Kurt on when I got somebody else and they can deal with that dumb shit. I can't take that shit. This nigga, like, he need medication. He needs some motherfucking goddamn Adderall or something. That nigga need some Adderall so he can stay on topic and stay focused. Or that nigga needs some goddamn Xanax. No, that nigga needs some Seroquel so he can take his old motherfucking Suge Knight looking ass to sleep and shit with the motherfucking slaves on. That nigga look like he sleep with shades on and shit too. Well, he probably sleep on the couch. His wife won't even let him in the room. Take your ass back to that motherfucking couch. That nigga had to sleep in his couch in his Archie Bunker chair. That nigga be doing screams in his motherfucking Archie Bunker chair. I'll let you defend yourself for real quick. Real quick, I'll let you defend yourself. Go ahead. I'll let you back in. You better hurry up and talk before I knock your ass back up out of here.
Are you tired of talking to yourself?
Nope. I never get tired of that.
Me, man. I'm like,
I never get tired of that shit.
what you want me to answer? Give me at least a second.
The Pharaoh of the Exodus. Prove Ramesses is the Pharaoh of the Exodus.
Pharaoh, wait a minute, you say prove Ramesses?
Yeah, that's what you said was the Pharaoh of the Exodus.
Okay, do you see the ruins in Sudan with Pharaoh, where homes are like pyramids? They call it Nubia.
I ain't say nothing about no goddamn motherfucking
Sudan, brother. Sudan got more artifacts of the treasure cities, and you got the Chaldeans trying to rewrite their faces in Egypt. So if you got the Chaldeans trying to put their bones and face on the art, it's being rewritten as we speak.
What the fuck is this nigga talking about, nigga? This nigga crazy, yo. Goddamn, it's only him.
This nigga talking about.
All right, there you go. And just this the same nigga that was on here earlier, or because you just changed your name or something? This nigga crazy, yo. This Cohen Gadal.
Right.
Yo, nigga, you live up on this motherfucker. You there?
Yeah, what up?
What up? You the same dude, right? Because you changed your name. Or you somebody else?
What?
Are you Cohen Gadal?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay. All right, because you changed your name.
So what?
I was asking this nigga who the Pharaoh of the Exodus was, and he told me it was Ramses the second.
I don't know. You know who it is? Who you think?
It's Ramses the second.
They ain't know because the Exodus happened.
What'd you say, Dave?
It's Ramses the second.
He said it's Ramses the second.
Yeah.
All right, can you prove that?
It's right there in the Exodus book.
Oh, you said it's written in the Exodus book.
All right, now, okay. Now you know that they found the body of Ramses II. You know that, right?
Okay, where did they find it?
Huh? They found it in the Valley of the Kings.
Okay, so
they have the body.
All right.
They have the body of the man.
Right. Go ahead.
Right? Now, the scriptures tell you that what happened before they left.
Before the Israelites left Egypt?
Yup.
Get that gold.
There's some major events that happened.
Yeah, they had to get that gold from.
You talking about the plagues?
Yes. Right?
Right.
So all the livestock, right? What happened to the livestock?
No, it was like they got attacked by gnats. There was boils. You know, there was different stuff.
But all the livestock, it says that all the livestock, all the cows, horses, sheep, all that shit died.
It did?
The Egyptians died.
It did? What chapter and verse is that?
Only the firstborn.
I want to hear. He might have some different shit.
What?
Where's that at?
Now, let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I should just play my motherfucking video so I can save my motherfucking voice yelling at y'all niggas. But
finish playing the video that you was just playing.
Nah, because that's not hitting on nothing homeboy was talking about. All that was this dude. I know who the guy is.
Nah, like, but it backed up what I was saying.
No, it didn't at all. It didn't back
up. What did I say? Why did I play that video?
You played that idiot video to prove that Israelites existed. That what you're supposed to have been doing.
No,
what you did,
I played the video because you said that there was no archaeological evidence at all about the Israelites.
Right, absolutely. And what this man did was not. Hold on. What he did was not show any archaeological evidence of the Israelites. What this man did. Hold on, bro. You can't talk over me when I'm talking. You can't talk over me when I'm talking.
Nah, we were talking to each other. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead. What you were saying.
Right. What he did, what this man was doing, and what he does is he's trying to prove that the biblical sites, historical sites or whatever, like the city of Jerusalem, the Temple Mount and all that stuff aren't in the place not in the areas that the people or the Israelis, the people of the city, claim them to be. So where Jerusalem is now, you go to Israel and you ask somebody where Jerusalem is, they're gonna point you. They got signs, just like you got a sign in New York City telling you when you in the Bronx, telling you when you in Manhattan, right? Now, what he's doing is saying that the Bronx ain't where the Bronx at. The Bronx is where New Haven, Connecticut is, or that Brooklyn is really where Manhattan is.
Right,
That's
right.
what that man is doing. That's what he does. Now, what he did, according to what you're trying to prove, all the man did was prove that, say, hey, look, this is the city of Jerusalem. By him doing that, he's proving the city of Jerusalem, whether he's right or wrong, according to academia, whatever. That's irrelevant what we were talking about. What he's supposed to have been doing was proving that Israelites existed. So I know there was a city of Jerusalem. I know that, you know what I'm saying, these areas was there. The places that's in the Bible. The Bible might say, the land of Canaan. The land of Canaan existed. Moab, the land of Moab existed. Edom existed. Mount Seir existed. Right? But those places do not prove the people. And if before you got off, Heru was even saying this about Egypt, right? And he was talking about the pyramids and stuff, right? Now we can prove who was in rulership during the time that this structure was built. I made an example by saying that a skyscraper today, they'll build a skyscraper on the corner of the building that will have a big plaque that says this was constructed by Johnson and Johnson Construction Company. And
okay, now hold on. Pause right there. Hold on. Pause right there.
Right.
Now you just got done saying you can prove who was in rulership at the time that the pyramids were built, right?
No, you can't, I'm not talking about the pyramids in general.
Hold on, you just got done saying that.
That you didn't let me finish explaining.
All right.
So when I was talking about the building, like you build a skyscraper and it says who built the building, right? And the date that it was built. So we know this structure was built. We know who built the structure, but we do not know who lived in that structure. What unless we can find evidence of people, bones of people. We can find evidence of writings of people, find evidence of drawings, find evidence of food particles, find evidence of people living there, right? And by having that stuff of people living there, you can make the conclusion of what type of people live there, or say like if you're looking for Israelites, right? Now, if we find pork bones and shit there, we know most likely there was no Israelites living in that skyscraper. But if we find a bunch of rap tapes, a bunch of hip hop CDs, Biggie Small CDs, we find some weed seeds, we see a bunch of broken 40 bottles, we find some Africa patches, right? We find some gold chains and shit. We can draw the conclusion, or we find some letters saying Jamal, a letter to somebody named Jamal, or a letter to somebody named Tyrone, right? So we can use that archaeological evidence to come to the conclusion that this building, this structure that was built by Johnson & Johnson at this time, at this date, was occupied by Black people. You get what I'm saying? So what Heru was saying with these structures in Egypt, you can make an assumption to where, when, and who, and what was going on during those times because there's writings on the walls. There's papyrus that talks about these people was building this structure in this area.
No, there isn't. There isn't no papyrus saying that.
No. I'm talking in general. This is how this is how archaeology works. This is how anthropology and all these people come to the conclusion who was in these areas and what was going on during that time. Another example, a great example in the Americas with slaves. They know that most southern slaves came from the Congo region of Africa. How? Because they did archaeological digs on the slave quarters, and they saw things that were buried under the ground, like pieces of glass, metal nails, and pots. They would find these pots. South Carolina is their pottery. They're known for pottery. That slaves doing pottery and stuff is well known. And they would find these artifacts with these pots with faces on it, with nails inside the pot, with pieces of glass, with snail and clam shells, with all these things, right? And it's associated with people that lived in the Congo area in Africa. Just like Palo Mayombe, I mentioned Palo Mayombe, the religion Palo Mayombe, which started here in Cuba. It has its origins. It has the origins in the Congo region of Africa, but they were brought to Cuba. For Cuba is like a main spot, and that religion was developed there. So you can follow the breadcrumbs and come to the conclusion of what type of people lived in those regions. Now, with this man that you gave the video of, he's showing geographic stuff. He could be right on the geographics. He could be right. I'm not denying his research. I don't know that much about his geographical research because I don't really follow, because he deals with cult leaders. That's like a red flag for me. So I don't really care too much about it. But I'll be honest with the things that he's presenting. And long story short, you produced a poor reference to make your point. That's
okay. Can I speak now about the video and the point?
Go ahead.
Like I said before I left, and I told you guys I'd be right back. You said before I left, there's no archaeological evidence of these people existing, period. So I went and got the video, right? And if you watch the video, they're going to be showing, what do you call that, ruins and stuff from that region that these people left from their cities of leaving there. That's why I got the video, and that's the only reason.
Now, the ruins doesn't mean that these were Israelites.
So let me ask you a question, right? So you tell me who it was, because over there they have dug up graves and stuff like that, and they did DNA on the bones as well.
Now,
so like I said, if it's not Israelites, who are they?
Okay, so now if you want to put DNA in the equation, remember you're gonna have to use that same technique with everything. So what a lot of Israelites do, they'll only use DNA when it's convenient. Now, this man, Hosanna, he did a lecture in a museum. In his lecture, he produced something that said the house of Yahweh. Right? Now, a lot of people, I'm going to buy my food. A lot of people will make the conclusion, see, they were Israelites. But I can show you artifacts. I can show you a bunch of artifacts that got Yahweh on it. And you know what else those artifacts will be? They'll be incantation bowls where people are doing magic spells on people.
All right, well,
you will find all these things that are not according to that book associated with Yahweh. I show you artifacts with Yahweh having a wife. literally with a picture of Yahweh. I can show you a picture of Yahweh.
And I already
with his dick
told,
hanging out.
and I already,
Excuse my language or whatever.
and I already told you who Yahweh's wife was when I wrote it up there. But I also have a painting from Egypt.
I didn't see that.
What?
I saw somebody said the wife of
Yahweh is Israel.
Now you can't show me. You can't show me that in no archaeology, but I can show you who the wife name was. She went by a couple of names, Inanna and Anat. I got more than one video on that.
Let me finish.
Babylonian talking about.
Let me finish. And then there is a painting.
He was right. Who said that? The dude that said that, he's right.
Of course, that's Kohen, but my man's talking to you. I'm falling
You said
back.
Babylonian, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk to him, man.
You know what I'm saying? There's also a painting depicting, the situation when it came to making these bricks or whatever, which is an Egyptian painting. And it describes the forced labor in making these bricks and who the ones that were forced to make these bricks were the Israelite people.
You can't, that's a lie. You can't show me, you can show me pictures of people making bricks.
Okay. All right, go to Exodus.
You can't show me none that say, hey, these are the Israelites. You can't do that. That's false.
Listen, if you go into the book.
You can't produce it. I can produce what I say.
Never mind.
I can produce it.
I'm done.
I can still improve everything I'm saying.
Nah. Well, I'm saying he keeps.
This is child's play, Nick.
I know.
Tell him the name of the book and the page. That's what I'm saying. This is simple child's
The
play.
name of the book is Ancient Israel and the Exodus in Egypt. The name of the book. Well, I'm giving you the source where I'm getting this information from.
Okay. And who is it written by?
What page is it?
The page is on page 10 in that book.
Say the name of the book again. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm looking for it.
All right. Ancient Israel. Right. Ancient Israel and Egypt in the Exodus. And if you go to Exodus 1:14, it'll tell you that they was forced into making these bricks, forced labor that they had.
And okay. Do you know the author? I want to make sure I got the right one.
All right, let me look it up.
Because I want to look up the author also. The author will tell you a lot.
Which one's the author, yo? Let's go. All right. Yo, hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. Take your time. Yeah, while you find out, I just want to say the key to all this stuff is proper research. Like a lot of people will just take information and not know the author, the credentials of the person that's writing it, and that's where you run into a lot of issues. I had to learn that myself.
Well, here's the thing: the book is written by more than one author. So
you got Margaret.
You got a pen with you?
No, I can type it all up.
Oh, all right. The introductions by
Margaret Worker, Warker, and then you got James Hoffmeyer. Yeah, she's on the phone right now.
Hello?
How you spelling her last name? How you spell her last name?
Warker.
You there? All right, you'll be there right now.
Warker.
Yes.
And it's not Walker. It don't got an L in it.
I said Warker.
Walker. Okay, I was making sure.
Right. And then you got James K. Hoffmeier or Hoffmeyer or whatever. I'll spell the last name. Hoffmeier.
Hoffmeier.
Huh?
And the first name was what?
James.
James? Okay.
Then you got you ready?
Yeah. Yep.
We got then we got Abraham Malamat. It's Malamat.
MALK.
No, Malamat.
AMT. Okay, I got it.
And then you got
First said he got it. You got it, right?
hey, I'm
Yep,
good
I
enough.
got it.
I'm saying you got the book. Oh, shit, he said
All right.
you would have found this since the first one.
All right. And the book's not that long, so
Shit is childish.
Lister. She talked. Da, 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 da. Lady Margaret Walk. Wait, nah, that's
Ratio. Listen to that. What?
good. Whacker. What the fuck? Oh, it's the wrong one. Walker.
Portals. D-Wave computers. What?
I'm just trying to find a real copy here that I don't gotta pay for.
Oh, go to just put in PDF.
yeah, super PDF.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yo, if you get the PDF app, yeah, that's right.
Super PDF.
If you get the super PDF app, you get all them books for free, man.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
All right, send me a cash app for $29.93.
Learn about the Israelites, Egypt, archaeology context. Chapter 1 is that the Israelites were enslaved and they were there. Chapter 2. Okay. Oh, it's making me do all this shit. Okay. We gotta get the ResearchGate. Let me try ResearchGate. ResearchGate to give it to me. Well, I hope. Okay, let's try this one. All right, I got it. And what page is it?
It was page 10.
Okay. Share or more. Let me put it on the screen.
You about to put it up.
Okay, share.
Crossing. I like this, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd be a good brother, man. When he comes back, he's coming back with a vengeance. You know what I mean? When we knight him and put that sword in his hand, nobody's gonna stop him.
Okay, I'll restart from the bottom of 9. Egyptologists and biblical scholars have long been interested in the toponyms. I don't know that word. Let me see if I can get a definition of that word there. Oh, where it says or places relating to the route of the Exodus. There is a good reason for such an investigation. A concocted story written centuries after the purported event would likely not bother with such trivial details as geography. No archaeologist, to my knowledge, has attempted to discover, for example, the Shire or Mordor of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, because they recognize that these great stories are novels, modern mythology that flowed from the creative imagination of J.R.R. Tolkien. I actually have an original copy, like first edition of Lords of the Rings.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that shit worth like 5 G's.
Let me borrow it. I want to read that.
Yeah, let me read it.
They are not history. They are not history. Right? Now, these are captions here that they got. All kinds of work in the fields. Exodus 1 and 14. This too was the lot of the Israelite slaves. And the 19th century copy of a wall painting from the tomb of Nakat and Thebes. I would say Heru because this is Heru's thing here. Slaves are gathering grapes, upper right. Further to the left, in the upper register, 3 slaves stomp on the grapes in a vat. The juice drains out the pipe in the right side of the collection pool over where other slaves is working. The juice is then gathered in jugs for fermentation and storage. To the far left, the worker carries captured fowl. The bottom register shows the collection and the preparation of fowl and fish. Whatever Egyptian name that is, son of Pashur, is one of the brick makers.
I'm trying to get the phone. No, you ain't grabbing nothing. Sorry, man.
All right. Is one of the brick makers who fails to deliver his quota of 2,000 bricks, according to a list on a leather scroll from the 5th year of Ramses II. Now in the Louvre, or however you pronounce that. That's a museum, I guess, in France. The text echoes the biblical story. Pharaoh, angry at Moses, stops providing the Israelites with straw for the bricks, leaving them to forage for it on their own, but still requiring them to fulfill the same quota of bricks. Pharaoh says to Moses, lazy that what you are, lazy. That is why you keep saying, let us go, sacrifice to the Lord. Now get to work. You will not be giving any straw, yet you must produce your full quota of bricks. Exodus 5:18. But the Exodus site is different. But the Exodus sites are different. And there are some recent discoveries discussed here for the first time in popular print that shed new light on the existence of some of these Egyptian sites. Ramses is the store city in which the Israelites made construction bricks, Exodus 1 and 11. It is also the starting point of the Exodus, Exodus 12:37, Numbers 33 and 3. This is likely to be equated with the Delta capital built by name for Ramses. That is Pi Ramses. This is key. Remember that name, the city of Pi Ramses, the house of Ramses, as we know from Egyptian records. Its precise location, however, See, like we see here, these people they saying that we know the site, we know where it's at, where the city of Pi Ramses is at, and however, it's been difficult to pin it down, as we know from Egyptian records. It says they know, as we know from Egyptian records. Its precise location, however, has been difficult to pin down. Since the 19th century, archaeologists have suggested several sites. Since 1980, Edgar Puch of the Pelias Museum in Heidelberg, Germany, has been excavating at Quantier, and there is now widespread agreement that he has identified Pi Ramses, so they know where it is. A massive city that a magnetometer survey reveals occupied about 6 square miles. Right? Egyptian records tell us during the reign of Ramses the Fourth, was that Ramses the Sixth? I guess it's Ramses the Fourth. I've got my Roman numerals. He reigned between 1099 and 1069 BC. Pi Ramses was abandoned apparently because of the Peleustic branch of the Nile through the Delta had migrated away from the city, limiting transportation and communication. By 1075 BC, before the passing of the last Ramses pharaoh, a new Delta capital was built that remained so until Greco-Roman times. It is known in Egyptian text as Janet, or if I'm pronouncing that right, which is zoned in the Hebrew Bible, Numbers 13:22. Is better known by its Greek name Tanis. Now, okay, we moved past the break. Wait, hold on, let me read this too. The fact that the city of Pi Ramses had a history limited to the period from 12. Now, saying the city of Pi Ramses had a history limited to the period from 1275 BC to 1075 BC is extremely significant for the appearance of the Delta site named Ramses in the Exodus narrative. Archaeologist Israel Finkelstein, Egyptologist Donald Redford, and Bible scholar John Van Setters all argue that the Tanopsis in the book, if I'm pronouncing that word right, in the book of Exodus reflect Relia in the 7th and 6th centuries BC rather than the time of Exodus. What do they do with Pi Ramses, however, which didn't exist in the 7th, 6th century BC, right? Some biblical millennials, you tell me when to stop if you done or whatever. But my thing, what I was saying, and this is tying right into it, the city of Pi Ramses was built after the Exodus. You get what I'm saying? When Moses left, the date that they have when Moses left Egypt, the city of Pi Ramses was built afterwards. So that would mean, according to the biblical narrative, that the Israelites left Egypt and then went back into slavery and built the city of Pi Ramses. Now, how I'll prove that is, okay, I can just bounce back to it. Okay, when did Moses leave Egypt? Right? Exodus would date 1440 BCE. That's when they're saying that he left. Wait, let me make sure it's right. When did Moses lead the Exodus out of Egypt? 13th century. No, so I'm sorry. So that'd be 1200 BCE. Because it go backwards. Right? So it says 13th century BCE. under the leadership of Moses, right? Now, remember that. So that'd be the 1200s. Now, we're going to put in when was the city of Pi Ramses built? The new capital built by the 1970 dynasty, Pharaoh Ramses II. Ramses was in rule in 1279 from 1279 to 1213 BCE. The 1213 BCE. Okay, where's it out? We're saying when Pi Ramses was built. Okay. Abandoned 12 city. I have my notes. I should just play my damn video. Let me go back. It always confuses me when I break this down to people. But give me 1 second. Built the city of Ramses. Ramses, the city built the new capital in Delta, known as the Great. Now that's telling you when that was. I need to know when the city was built. 1 second. Y'all give me 1 second. It's like 1,000 years. It's not. It might be like 500 years or 300 years afterwards they left. Hold on, I'm just trying to find it. Give me 1 second. City of Ramses. Oh, it's spelled built wrong for one thing. Yeah. Let's click on this again. 12. Am I looking over it? I think I'm looking over it. History. Biblical Ramses. Come on, I need a damn date. Store City. Hold on 1 second. Let me get something real quick. Because I show it in my video. Just bear with me. Okay. Content. Oh, search across my channel. Okay. Ramses. No, it's Egypt. Let's put it in Egypt. It'll come right up. Oh, maybe it did. Exodus. Here we go. I got it. All right, now. Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do that. I was wondering why you was all quiet. Yeah, I'm a stupid motherfucker, yo. Hold on, yo. I'm always acting up. Okay, let me pull this up here because I got everything, all my notes and everything in the video. Like I said, like I figured this shit out. I like leave the shit alone afterwards. I just like forget the shit. Okay. It's probably right around here. Yep, right there, Ramses. Okay, let's see what I say here. The body of Pharaoh, we go back to that. Yeah, dang it. How the fuck? What the fuck going on? All right. Now. Probably right
It
here.
is in the region, but appear
I got
not
the,
to
I
have
got the
any
transcripts. Bet. Okay,
significance.
got the transcripts.
On this evidence, Ramses II is the only pharaoh who would fit the biblical narrative, because at least the city of Pi Ramses existed, and because
Damn, I hit it right on it.
Mereneptah seems to exclude Mereneptah. However, we know that Ramses II died as a very old man and was mummified, so could not have been the pharaoh who pursued the Israelites and was.
Basically what I was saying, what I was getting at, but we kind of jumped ahead when I was telling you about the cattle and stuff, right? What I was saying, I'm gonna get the Pi Ramsey things. I just want to say that now that it's talking about it. Ashraf and Baal is Yahweh's son, right? Nkosi. So what I was saying, y'all can come on up in here. What I was saying now is that the cattle and all that stuff had died. Now, when they said that Moses left, and it said that Pharaoh got up and said, fuck that shit, and got on the chariots and chased after the Israelites. Now, my question would be, the chariots, what was driving these, what was pulling these chariots if they died? Now, there's a scripture, it says that the firstborn, but it also says all the cattle of the Egyptians died. Now, we could go back to it. I show it all in this video. Now, after that, they said that the Pharaoh drowned and his army drowned in the sea. Right? Now, they found his body. The carbon dating or whatever they do, the tablets or whatever saying when he died, Ramses II was 96 years old, if I got it right. And he had severe arthritis. Like, they got CAT scans and all that stuff now. So they could tell what type of ailments that these people had, what killed these people, how they died. He did not die from drowning. There's an Arab guy that made a claim and said that they found seawater in the Pharaoh's stomach with no evidence of that shit at all. It's a pretty famous book. A lot of Muslims and stuff go to it because the Quran paints not a different narrative, but a more detailed narrative of what happened. Right now, we know like this with common sense. A 90-year-old man is not gonna hop on a chariot and just go right off through the fucking desert, especially if he has severe arthritis, like in his spine, right? So the man didn't drown. He wasn't washed away in the sea because they have his body. And they say the condition of the man. But we want to get to this Pi Ramses thing. Let's find the Pi Ramses thing here.
Oh, that's why you couldn't hear you. You had the camera.
Oh, you was muted?
You have nothing, yo. Yo, and then one thing is that cattle don't pull chariots.
I'll read myself. Why
Because
can't
you
we
tell all the
cattle,
cattle
meaning livestock, meaning all animals.
and then
Where does it say that?
No, your livestock can be meaning all animals.
and then another aspect, right? When you have a general that goes on a mission and you know conducts his war campaign or whatever, the general is like, yeah, the general led this and led that or whatever. But we already know the general's behind the lines. He ain't actually on the front lines. You know?
But it says that the Pharaoh was washed away. And it says that the Pharaoh went after him on the chariot.
Yeah.
The scriptures say that.
I thought.
Right.
But there wasn't no writing about this shit.
Yeah. And the whole point was you said there was no writings about this stuff. And that's when I'm proving that there is. I understand where you're coming from and, you know, you proving your point and all that, but you got to understand You said that there was no writing.
The only writings of Moses are in the Bible.
Come on, man. You just said there's no writings about the Egypt, and he just gave you the source from the book, man. That's why we turned to the book.
All right, let's go back to the book. Let's go back to the book.
Go back to the book. Didn't you just read the book, man?
You did not see what it said. Did you not comprehend what the book said?
Did they show the picture that and all of that stuff? I definitely comprehend what the book said. Definitely did. Did you see the picture? Yes or no? That was on page 10. That's what I want to know. That should have been on there. This is what I want to know. That's what I thought the whole point of bringing the book to do was like, yo, there's nothing there. You showed them the thing.
Come on.
Yeah. That's what bringing the book to do was like, yo, show them the thing. I guess he might have got bounced out. So I don't know, man. I guess he'd be back because it's his show, not mine. But the whole point is people are saying there's no archaeological evidence. He might have got bounced out. So I guess he'd be back because it's his show, not mine. They're saying there's no archaeological evidence. They're saying there's no writings, this and that. The archaeological evidence is in the video. The writings is in the book, the source that he quoted. You know what I mean? I'm not the type of person that goes back and forth like, yeah. I don't do that. People say it don't exist. And if I got the source or something backing up what I'm saying, I'm going to show it. And that's it. After then, it's like, yo, let's talk about something different. I don't like keep going back and forth about the same stuff, but that shit is pointless to me anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could definitely say that, like the brother, you know, he's standing on his square, you know. But a lot of the problem that he has that I can see is with these Hebrew Israelites. You know, the religion that he was in, he said these people weren't living a life that they were portraying and this and that. You know, I can understand how that could be a problem for somebody that joined something like that. You know, but hey, man, like I tell people, I don't have a problem with somebody being Egyptian, Islamic, Mormon, anything like that, you know. Then another thing brothers was saying, they were saying that there's no evidence for Africans being in America before Christopher Columbus. That's crazy. Christopher Columbus never even came to the United States. He never even came to North America. That's crazy. So for people to even say that, I'm at a loss for words. It's like you have to do more study on the history of this continent, because there's a lot of information showing that Black people were here in North America way before Christopher Columbus. Way before. You know, there's other brothers that have channels showing this. A good channel for people to look at would be Aboriginal Power. They're on every single day. You know, what's the other brother's name? Kumario. Yeah. Kumario. I forget his second name. Spell it K-U-M. What is it? K-U-M-R-I-O or something like that. But he's down with them Aboriginal Power dudes. Yo, the brothers, they got the sources, archaeological evidence, peer-reviewed stuff by the scholars stating that the Africans were here way before Columbus. You know? And what's crazy, they've been finding Paleo-Hebrew writings amongst this.
Yeah, Grand Canyon, right?
Yeah.
Grand Canyon.
Yeah, there's some in the Grand Canyon.
You got those statues underneath Niagara Falls.
I never heard about that. Yeah, but I gotta look that up. I remember you telling me the statues under the Niagara Falls, huh? There's many anomalies out here. Brothers gotta look into this stuff. I'm not necessarily speaking about the Hebrew witch finder, but there's a lot of brothers out here, man. That's all I can say is, man, when the channel starts, brothers gonna get a lot of information. And I'm talking about more than just the Bible.
Goddamn, my bad. I knocked myself on my own goddamn live stream. I'm talking like a fucking fool. All right. What I was saying is that the book, I don't know if y'all heard me. I was talking about the authors of the book. All right, let me share my screen and show you. Just in case you didn't see that. I don't know how long I was talking to my fucking self and shit. That was crazy. But the authors you gave me of the book weren't authors of the book. These are, see, the ebook editor, the designer, the web editor. I want to know the author of this book. So basically, this is just a document with a bunch of this information. Now, what was read on here?
Hold on, you said what? Misinformation?
Yeah, it's called pseudo information.
Who's saying this misinformation?
Now, and this, if like I was out the room, I thought I was talking to y'all, but I wasn't.
I'm saying, who's saying
it again? I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it to you. So these people that you wrote, this is a society that wrote this. So Margaret Walker is not an author. You see here is the ebook editor. So she's the person that edited all this information together. And you got the designer. That's the person that did the graphics and stuff, right? So none of these people wrote this book. It was set up by this society, right? Now, when any of us can write a book, but if you're writing something that's academic, it gets reviewed. So if you're a PhD, I gave the example of, but y'all didn't hear me, about agriculture. Say that me and you, we grew corn and we went to school.
Peer review stuff, yeah.
So yeah. So this isn't a peer-reviewed article. So the sources have to be primary sources.
Okay, but I'm asking, who said it was misinformation?
I didn't exactly say it was misinformation. I'm saying that it's because I haven't read the book.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to understand.
Back to us after you do that. You can't try to debate us if you haven't read the book.
No. But what I did say is what I read wasn't making a statement saying that these are Israelites. And what I would do, how I have studied this book, if somebody gave me this, the first thing I would do is, you said page 10.
Yo,
this image right here, right? Let me see if I could.
This shit is pointless.
Section.
Okay.
Yo, you can easily find who wrote the book by just going to Google, man. It's not hard, man.
No, it should be right here on the damn book itself.
Those sections when he's like the black Hebrews, the white dude, they're gonna be lost. This dude's got a whole section of books on archaeological finds and all of that.
But it's not showing me an author or who put this together. This is not showing me an author who put this together. It's not. Look, you see it yourself. Look, it's right here.
What's the name of the book?
Staff for this book. Where's the author? You have a book. The author be right there on that cover.
Merrill Levine.
Oh my God. Let me go through this.
You see this? It has the staff for the book.
You said ancient what?
As the publisher.
Ancient Israel and Egypt and Exodus. Hold on, we pulling up the author.
And I know for a fact that biblicalarchaeology.org is a pseudo information website.
Why,
I know that for a fact.
Put that stuff wrong.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get what this picture is, and I'm going to go find the original source for this picture.
All right.
You said Egypt and what? In Exodus?
Ancient Israel and Egypt in the Exodus. Go to page 38.
Page 38?
Yeah. It's supposed to be the author section. Is that papyrus or whatever?
Okay, here we go. The authors. The founder of the Biblical Archaeology Society and editor of Biblical Archaeology. He is a premier figure in communicating through the magazines, books, and documentaries and conferences, the World Biblical Archaeology to general readers. He has written and edited numerous books. Ancient Israel from blah, 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 Roman and all that shit, right?
Right.
The mystery. Now, Schenck is known as a leading figure in making a complete Dead Sea Scrolls available to the world. James K. Halferman, a professor of Old Testament and Ancient Near History and Archaeology at Trinity International University. Divinity School. That's not a college. It's not a college or university. That's the Divinity School. So that's somewhere that you go to learn, to teach the Bible and stuff like that. Y'all know what a Divinity School is.
Yes,
Right.
It's religion. Yeah.
Right. He has been engaged in the field work and research in Egypt on a regular basis since 75. Since 94, Dr. Hoffman has directed the North Sinai Archaeological Project, a research project devoted to studying Egypt's frontier during the New Kingdom and how the area may relate to the Israelite exodus from Egypt. Dr. Hoffman has authored and edited a number of books, Future of Biblical Archaeology, blah, 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 right?
Right.
Abraham Malmamat, professor emeritus, whatever it is, Jewish history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
Chapter, right?
Passed away on January 21st, 2010, just a few days before his 88th birthday. Malmamat made important contributions to the study of the Hebrew Bible and the ancient Near East, particularly in the understanding of the emergence of Israel, the collapse of the kingdom of Judah, the relationship Amari and Hebrew Bible. His many books include Mary and the Early Israelite Experience, Oxford 84. His article, Let My People Go, is an adaptation to the chapter of Exodus, the Egyptian Exodus. He served as editor of the Israel Exploration Society, Hebrew Bulletin, Yediot from 56 to 57. And he was an editorial or whatever. So, like, it doesn't look like any of these people are like qualified to like be a reputable person to listen. Why? And why I say that? Hold on. Oh, maybe this is the notes, so I can get where that picture came from. This is the sources here. Let me see if they got a picture, a reference for that.
No, man. Let me get ready. Yeah.
Okay. Page 9, 10.
I'm about to be out, good brother.
All right. Now we come back and revisit it. I'm gonna let me put that video that I was playing and check it out.
What, the Armana letters?
No. Actually, I touched the Armana letters. I have a video on the Armana letters. I'm gonna find it for you and put it in the comment board for you. If I can find it like tonight or tomorrow, I'll put it in the comment board. But this one I'm putting in here is on the Exodus story that I did.
That what?
On the Exodus story. The Exodus story. Like what the subject what we was talking about.
Yeah, nobody can disprove the Exodus, man.
But what I presented in here was showing that the biblical narrative, like the city of Pi Ramses, was built after the Exodus.
Exactly. Right.
So
do you
how could slaves? How could an Israelite?
You said the city was built after the Exodus, and do you remember I told you the first thing I said tonight when the Torah was written? When did I say?
I don't remember.
Exactly. I said it was written after they came out of captivity in Babylon.
Right.
Is what I said. So that was Well, after
And
all that
scripture-
stuff.
but the scriptures say that the Israelites built the city of Pi Ramses. So how can they build the city of Pi Ramses as slaves when they had already left Egypt?
No, because
I couldn't tell you, man. I don't know, man.
That is crazy. So it's a contradiction in the scriptures.
I don't know, man.
Yo,
Yo,
they said if it's after, that means the city that the Hebrews were trying to help, that was working on, was not Pi Ramses.
But they wanted to kill the Israelites.
You know what I mean?
So, and where they went to, it was Egyptian-owned land where they ran to. Egypt had garrisons and stuff all over that land.
so let me ask you a question.
They'll be running away to a place
There
where they
or
was
weren't they
already.
there?
Say that again.
Were the Israelites there or weren't they there?
Were they in Pi Ramses? I
No.
said they don't exist, so they wouldn't be there anyway.
And they were trying to
But-
kill them.
I'm saying the story is inconsistent.
No, but you just said where they ran to, they were trying to kill them. So I'm saying, did that
Well,
happen?
obviously, yeah, according to the book, according to the Bible.
Yo, man, we can link up tomorrow, good brother, man.
Yeah.
I got to handle this shit, and it's late anyway. All right, man.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam anyway, so I'm a little I'm not as sharp if I wanted to be.
Yeah,
But, I'm
but
gonna find that Armana letters video. When
but
we
hold
talk
on.
about Armana letters, we go over
Earlier,
the Moabite stone. We
Hold
go
on.
over some other artifacts too.
earlier, you see how I caught your man in the lie, right? Talking about how the pyramids were built between the first and second, such and such, and it's written. Because when I had hung up to get the video, I was listening to the shit he was talking about. How, oh yeah, he asked me this and that, and I showed him this and that. He ain't had nothing to say. He bounced and this and that. And then when I
Well,
came,
That's
like,
usually what happens.
well,
So we didn't know you was leaving to go grab something. All we know, we was asking you something, and next thing you know, you wasn't there.
yeah,
So that's
but
what usually happens over here.
But I-
So, like, that's what that was. That was a misunderstanding.
yeah, but he was also lying though, saying, yeah, I presented this and that, and he didn't say nothing.
No,
Wow.
you might have misunderstood him.
Ain't nothing written about no
Heru is a 100 dude.
pyramids.
Like, he's not like all rah. You know how these people that's into all the Egyptian stuff, how they all crazy, just like Hebrew Israelites. Like Heru ain't like that at all. Heru's a
So he's lying though. That's what I'm saying.
nah. He wouldn't lie.
He did lie, right? He lied twice. But,
What
like,
he was saying was that the city, they have proof other than just the building of who was in rule. Say like who was in rulership at the time it was built, or who were the people that were occupying the land.
yeah, no, and what I'm saying
I'm
is,
not saying that they got it.
what time it was built.
I don't
Nobody knows.
Egypt, dude. Like he'll tell you, I don't give a fuck about Egypt.
Yeah,
Like,
so
I don't care about none of that.
you don't give a fuck about it. Don't bring it up.
No, you have to use it because it's history. I deal with it because it's history, but as the same, I'm not saying that we Egyptians.
Good
I'm
night.
not saying that I come from Egyptians, that we should be following Egyptian culture. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Okay,
But
but
I'll use Egypt.
I don't say that anybody should follow what I follow. I say that's what I follow, and that's
Yeah.
it. I don't
And
try
I'm not here to take nothing from you.
to convert anybody.
My main thing I do on this channel is disprove Israelites' doctrines.
Well,
Hebrew is black Hebrew Israelite doctrines.
I don't know, bro.
That's my main thing.
But when
Like, did you see the Zabra dictionary thing I did
no,
while you was gone? Did you see me talk about the Zabra Bible dictionary? Where
Yeah.
it says that the Ham is the father of the darker races, the Egyptians, but not the Negroes. What that is that book, the people that put that book together were using what they call the Hamitic hypothesis. The Hamitic hypothesis was a Eurocentric theory, saying that all civilized stuff in Africa was from Caucasians. So they believe that Caucasian were Egyptians were Caucasians. I have a dictionary in my house. When you look up Egyptian, it'll tell you that they're Caucasian.
But you know that they had that debate against the black scholars back in the day, right? And they got their asses whooped. You know about that, right? It's called the Cairo Symposium. You heard about that?
I heard that name before, but I didn't see the debate. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, they proved that they were all black. But yo, I gotta go, good brother, man. We kick it tomorrow, man. Peace, good brother. All
right, man. You have a good one. You still there, Booger Beer? Kurt done fell asleep. He done had that night train. He just drinking that Mad Dog 2020 and shit. I done put Kurt to sleep, goddammit. Hugh Street, you still up in this motherfucker? Call me on the goddamn shit, nigga. I'm trying to tell your ass. I hate that shit. When I got something to say and shit, I can't tell a motherfucker. That shit drive me fucking crazy. I hate even just talking about all this Egyptian fucking bullshit. Like, I just stick with the Israelite doctrine. I don't like to try to disprove somebody's book or whatever and shit. Like, I don't really care. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just what I think. Like, there's some of the stuff that I say that I found out later, they got explanations for. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big thing to me. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, really. Like, the Egyptian shit, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Like, me personally, like, I'm, like, into, like, African American spiritual systems. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I want to deal with what the fuck we was dealing with here. Like, we left Africa a long motherfucking time ago. Long motherfucking time ago. And, like, the whole, how could I put it? Like, even African religions, I don't give a fuck about African religion. I can respect it, but I don't know what part of Africa I'm from. Unless I take a damn DNA test or some shit. And that's only going to tell me so much. So, like, I deal with what was developed here in America. That's basically what I give a fuck about. Well, y'all didn't really give a fuck about that. The Cozy, you've been chilling tonight. Why'd you didn't come up on here? Asherah, yep. Asherah, Anana, all the motherfuckers are the same one. Are the same people. So you see, like, that's a good example. Like, Asherah, Inanna, they're all Astaroth. They're all the same deity, but they have different names and different civilizations at different times and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, somebody will say, Moses or whatever. That could really be something else. And the Bible was put together at a certain period of time. Just like even Christian shit, like, or whatever. He showed, like, how they got things that were in Egypt that are pretty fucking close to being identical to some things that are in the Bible. Know what I mean? So, who knows where all this fucking shit comes from? Nobody gonna know shit until they dead. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna know the truth until you get up out of here. And who knows? Your ass just might just be in a hole. Fucking. Who knows? Hope not. You know what I'm saying? Hope not. But just like, who screeched? Your ass still here? Let me try to call this nigga, you know. This Facebook shit be tripping. Nigga get on my nerves with that shit. But I gotta find that picture. It won't let me copy that bitch. That thing sucks. But what I read, it wasn't saying that was Israelites. It was them saying it was Israelites. Check this out here. I was kicking myself out my own fucking live stream a lot tonight. I did that shit like 3 or 4 times. Get this shit off the screen. Old Kurt then drunk that night train and shit. That's where I like him and shit. To drink that Mad Dog, nigga. Drink that Mad Dog, Kurt, and shut the fuck up, nigga. I know your wife be telling you the same shit. She probably buy it for you. Just so you shut the fuck up. She know she got to deal with you about an hour or 2 for that shit to kick in. Then after that, it's all set. It's good night, Irene, motherfucker. Like they said in wrestling, they put a motherfucker in that sleeper hole. Like, good night, Irene, motherfucker. Your wife probably got a whole big bag of fucking not Mad Dog 2020s. Get it? She probably be slipping that shit to you too. Telling you that shit some Kool-Aid and shit. She'll slip that Mad Dog in that motherfucker. Like, knock your motherfucking old ass out and shit. Old ass Suge Knight looking ass nigga. Shit. That's just where I like Kurt and shit. Silent. He just there. He can sit here and chill all he wants and shit. I don't give a fuck. I would leave the stream alone and just leave him up in the room. Long as he ain't saying shit. I can wake up in the morning and see Kurt still here. And I still won't give a fuck. Because he's right where he's supposed to be. Like, sitting right there shutting the fuck up. Yeah, I would drive Kurt ass crazy as fuck, yo, in real life. Me and Kurt ever hang out, I'll be fuck with this nigga all fucking day. You old ass nigga. I got a couple old motherfuckers I be chilling with. That's all I do is just heckle their asses all day. They can't stand me. I gotta bring one on here to deal with Kurt. Okay, Facebook. God damn, at least somebody showed up for the smoke and shit. God damn. And get some new faces and shit. I'm feeling that shit. What I'm not feeling is like keep typing in the wrong thing on the goddamn computer. I was hoping Adara would show up and shit. Yeah, I was rusty on that shit. I forgot half that motherfucking shit. Like I said, I forgot. Don't give a fuck. At the same time. Oh, now this nigga want to fucking answer me on fucking Facebook and shit. This nigga, man. Let me try to call his ass. Little niggas get on my nerve. What happened to quitting this shit? God damn. I thought you was coming with the smoke. I answered your question anyway. I did the thing for that. Nigga probably at work. What the fuck, Maggie and shit? Nikki all fucking probably knocked out. So told him I was lying. This nigga up on this motherfucker. Damn, these fucking niggas. Wait, did he just respond or that's old? Yeah, that's old as fuck. All right. I don't know. I guess I was on here 4 hours. Shit, I didn't mean to do all that. Shout out to Brainstorm too, y'all. Hope Brainstorm gets better. She's in our prayers. I'm bored now. I ain't nobody to talk to. Except Kurt, but I told him to shut the fuck up, so that's what he been doing. He muted too. His wife probably out on the town and shit. Kurt probably cruising the ghetto and shit, looking for crack whores. You fucking bitch. You know, I'm Black Jesus, you bitch. I got $4 for your ass. Kurt Judah Israel, aka Black Jesus, is out cruising the town looking for fucking crackhead hookers and shit with his little $4. See, I done caught you, nigga. See, guilty conscience, nigga. Yeah,
well, you had a whole show.
Looking for black hookers and shit.
Hey, you had a whole show with your friends, and I enjoyed listening to it, and I fell asleep, and then I say,
your wife slipped you that motherfucking Bad Dog 2020, and you couldn't.
But I caught, but I'm like, okay, I'm still backstage, and I'm falling out again. I woke back up. Now I'm on the show. Now I woke up. I'm like, damn. I was just because I'm enjoying the show, but it's one of those moments. But I enjoy watching us talk anyway. But I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem because you be arguing when it's like you don't want to know what we want to say.
I don't.
Okay, so that's why it's confusing.
I don't.
But I'm like, now I woke up and I'm like, damn, that go my avatar. I'm like, damn, I'm on the show. Let me wake up now.
Oh.
But now it looked like the show was over an hour ago. I'm like,
nah, it just ended basically.
Right. So, but but at least you and your friends that y'all can do it. Me and you be like throwing me to the back and just say fuck Kurt. So.
Yo, I don't even do that shit to nobody else. That was funny about it. I don't even do that shit to nobody else. It's only you. But everybody else that anything like that, they just get thrown the fuck out. Like, you know what I mean?
Well,
but you can hang out. I just be putting your ass in the back. I'm like, I'm not trying to hear that shit right now. Like, about like 5-10 minutes, I'll be throwing your ass in the back probably again. Or just throwing your ass completely the fuck up out of here.
Right.
Like last night, I'll tell my boy, we was on the way to school and shit. And I'm like, yo, yeah, I got this nigga and shit, this old fucking motherfucking Suge Knight looking ass nigga and shit. That nigga get on my fucking nerves and shit. As I just be throwing his ass in the back. And I said, yo, I almost fucking fell asleep with this nigga talking and shit. I would have been mad as fuck. I woke up, Kurt would have stood there talking about some goddamn Church of Philadelphia shit.
Right. Well, believe it or not, your show, I ain't gonna have no goals reached anyway, because like you said, you don't give a damn. So, cause I ain't gonna lie, I was listening, but I fell out. But then I'm like, oh, I'm backstage, oh, I'm straight. I just happen to wake up. I'm watching. I said, damn, I'm on this show now. But I'm like,
wait till you play it again and hear what I was saying and shit just before you woke up. You can be like, this nigga, man.
well, at least I know everything Cheryl is saying, you really don't care either. So
why you keep calling her Cheryl?
Cherry.
Name
Yeah,
is
I don't
Cherry,
know.
nigga.
Yeah, it would. So if you don't believe in what I say about
Cheryl.
the Bible, you sure don't believe in her. So I'm straight.
Cheryl.
Cherry.
That's old lady name and shit.
Cherry. So
That's some
Cherry.
your name, your age name,
So
Cheryl.
yeah, so Cherry let me have it, but really you want to let her have it, but she's your friend. So
Nah, yo, I like Sister Cherry, yo.
So-
I like her. She cool.
so she can talk to you all day. You be like straight with it.
She get out my ass and shit. She probably gonna get out my ass for this fucking video.
Right.
Talking about the Bible and shit.
Right.
She probably gonna get out my ass for that shit. And she probably gonna get out my ass too when I play that video with that girl burning the Bible this morning. She probably gonna get out my ass about that shit too. But I just gonna have to take it, catch the L and shit. Fuck it. I'll be back on this motherfucker though.
Well, but you something else. I know you've been on long, so I know you ready to get off and get you some sleep.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
hey, the next time I come on, I know it's only gonna be for 5 seconds.
Nah, you can't usually hang in there longer than 5 seconds.
I'm just gonna be listening. I'll be like, I'm gonna go on this show, but I ain't gonna say nothing. I like to talk. I like to. I'm Jesus, so I think I have a better understanding about Israel, what's happening. But when you say, we didn't exist, you're right. That's why we was in slavery. We don't supposed to exist. If I don't know, you know what I mean? Shit, we came here. So it's obvious no one wants us to exist. So if we try to go back into history, we won't make it because we were in slavery. So slavery was, like you say, proved. And I'm like, well, can we prove we were in slavery in less than 400 years? Because we were brought here in slavery. So we can't prove where we come from. So if I can prove it, then that's the recording of the Bible. Now, the Bible, you saying, really don't exist. Then why is Israelis existing before? Where were they at before 1945? They weren't in Israel.
But they 1930.
So they proved why they want to be Hebrews.
But they can actually trace their lineage back to that land though.
Well, listen, if that's the case, they were not there in 1930. They were not there in 1920. So if they can prove they was there, but we see they there by really 1960, then how can they say they was there earlier? You see,
to my knowledge,
no. How can they say they was there, but they don't look they don't look like the people lived in Egypt? Israelis don't even walk like they lived in Egypt. They don't even have an Egyptian, African. The sun didn't even touch them. So that's not true. These people
that sun shit is bullshit. That's some
they have to live in Egypt for the least.
That shit. Oh, how they gonna be in? I used to have a tape back in the day. Actually, no, that shit was on a record. But actually, I think I had the actual tape too.
Right.
Where it said you can't stay in the sun for 5 minutes without dying from cancer. How the hell are you gonna build pyramids? Say you stole the land of Israel like you stole America, like you stole Russia, like you stole the moon.
True. So technically, they really can't say they lived in Egypt. So that story won't be true because they don't even look like they even been nowhere near that land. They don't have a culture that established it, but they definitely lived in Europe.
Yeah.
Now, my story of the Israelis is they were the story of Greece, when Greece men were homosexual, and the Bible and Joel said they sold a boy for a girl and a girl for a Greek girl for a Hebrew. How they doing? A Hebrew girl for a boy and a Greek girl for a Hebrew. In other words, the Bible Joel said that they bought slaves by selling their women off. and they gave the Arabs wine. So the boys were sold, and Greeks, men were homosexuals. So
well, there's a whole bunch of homosexuals out. There are homosexuals in every civilization.
No. They got it. They were living a homosexual lifestyle as kings.
Like all other civilizations was too.
Okay, but this is where the Israelis are born, from the Arabs sleeping with those women. And they produce Israel. That's why they look kind of.
I can't argue on that. I don't even know. I just say I don't know.
Right. That's would be their descendants. Then would be the females sold to the Arab men. They had babies, and that would produce Israelis. Truthfully, that's who they would be, because they do look Palestinian too, and Greece. That's where they get that look from. Greek and Palestinian. That's so
true. I can rock with that.
Right. But they're not gonna tell you. But that would be them. Sold into the female, sold into slavery, or prostitution slavery.
Did you know that the Turks were in slavery for 400 years to the Greeks?
No,
the other way around. My bad. The Greeks was in slavery to the Turks for 400 years.
Well, I don't know how deep, because they did fall. See, Greece fell. So if Greece fell, they probably went in captivity, because who would be the power? Would be Rome. See, all these Babylonian countries did fall, but they only last no more than 40 years. Yeah. These countries in Babylon never lived past 400. They never did anything more than what Moses and Exodus. If you notice, Moses came, and it was 430 years. The Israelites end up, leaving Egypt. Well, all the nations came after that. Only last 400 years. There ain't been no superpower past that. That's because God ain't gonna let today's superpower outdo the Egyptian. It's weird, but it's the truth, because it's a timeline. So if slavery don't pose to exist, then they ain't gonna let nations go into slavery forever. So like America, I say, okay,
they should bring slavery back.
Now, if I'm fussing, I can prove America never had slaves. But how can I prove it when we were here being slaves? So I kept saying, well, how can I really teach this without confusing my people? But the United States
already confused them.
Okay, but the United States never brought us a slave. We were slaves brought here during and after the Revolutionary War, after King George lost.
True. But I think you missed earlier. We were talking about that, right? And slavery, the importation of slaves was banned by 1804.
And matter of fact, it was banned before there was a United States, because we only became the United States after the Civil War. Revolutionary War.
Right.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it was banned before then, but on the paperwork, it was introduced in the 1801. The write up of it, like they call that shit, like when you bring it before.
I have a legal document. It's written in a legal document who brought us the slaves. It's in a legal document. It's called a long draft of the Declaration of Independence.
I was saying, I was talking to Heru earlier too. I said the Declaration. Excuse me, shit. I said the Declaration of Independence was
the long draft. Yeah, you gotta type
I believe it was one of the greatest writings out that was ever written.
Right. They only showed us the short for the schools, but you got to say long draft or the Declaration of Independence when you Google it. It's a government document. It's edited in. It states in the middle of the paragraph that King George was responsible for the slave trade, and they asked King George to stop this crazy human trafficking. They said a different word. It's in the legal document. They when they say it was about tea, no, it was about slavery. It's written. And that's the document needed to be taught to Black Americans. It was King George III that brought us. And it was King George III that continued to bring us to the Southern territories. He kept dropping us off there because he had no place, to traffic.
Yeah.
He wasn't bringing us to Europe. So it says it. So now America never brought us. It was the monarchs. So
Well,
we
you're
be
right. There was a draft of it. There was a draft of that. You're right about that. See,
Yeah,
now, if you could put something together, I'll let you come on the show and talk everybody ear to fuck off, long as you stay on that.
I did it. I did on my show the last time. I just tried to see. I'm still learning this system. So sometimes I got to go and share my screen. I go to it in my computer. I want to move fast. It's crazy. But I actually did on my last show. I brought up the long draft. I said, "Oh, you type in long draft, Decoration Pen, and go ahead." I read it for him. It's there. That means King George brought us. Who would be the people that brought us? King George.
Great Britain, they were right with the United States trying to stop the importation of slaves.
Exactly.
They were patrolling the west coast of Africa, stopping people from leaving with the slaves and leaving with the slaves.
Now, this story repeated it in ancient times. It's the same. It's the modern day happening with us. Happened when Egypt with the first pharaohs and Ramesses of Exodus.
Yeah.
It's the same story. We were free in the north on the Nile, and we became slaves in the south in the Nile.
Yeah.
We were free in the north, 1600, but we became slaves in the south. But the south didn't exist because the north colony whites was a few. So those were foreigners bringing us as slaves. In the south.
On some of that shit.
Yeah, so go to ancient day, it was Joseph, that's who would be the north free, Egyptian, and then go to Moses, Exodus, that would be the slaves. We were free in the 1617 under King James of the Bible, and we became bondage, our ancestors who came later by King of King, you know, I'm obviously, but you know, the King, Queen Elizabeth's father, grandparents, King George III. It's the same story, just read different, but we were the slaves. So then, are we the Hebrews in ancient and modern day?
Hell, motherfucker, to the no.
But yes, we are.
Ain't no goddamn Hebrews.
It's the same. That's why they have a pyramid on the dollar bill.
I ain't no Hebrew booty scratcher.
I'm trying to tell you. See, I'm glad I brought that up because that's been on my mind for 30 years. I said, well, if the Nile Valley ran from coast to coast in the east, we got a Mississippi running coast to coast. I believe we're in the new Egypt, in the new. You're
getting too far out now.
No, this is really with the two Jerusalem. See, it's a two Jerusalem. One happened, and no one knows the new one until the future. It ain't happening because we living under Seti's rule. But if we would have stayed under King James, we would know the New Jerusalem.
But Kurt, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
See,
about to die.
What I did is expand your thinking, and that's the secret of learning. I just educated you. We got two kings.
All right, nigga, my shit about to turn off, and my shit.
Okay. We'll resume when you don't throw me off. Bye, man.
Yep. You damn sure am. All right, that was Kurt, man. That was pretty cool and shit. I want to get Kurt out here to talk more about that. But I'm Killer B, the goddamn Witch Finder John. You got Witch, I burn their motherfucking ass up. Like, share, subscribe, motherfuckers. Peace.